damn, 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 damn. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, 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 ay. What? What? Why? Bro, why do my exes pop up every single time, bro? I'm making an Instagram post, bro. Instagram post, bro. And I actually hit the @ symbol. I meant to hit a link so I can add a link to the stream. But I hit the @ symbol, and the first @ that comes up is one of my exes. Why? It's and you know how hard a guy like me has worked to stop hitting his exes up, or vice versa, or letting them back into my life. You know, it's been a long journey, and so for it to just keep throwing in my face is like, I'm gonna take that as a Cancer, as a July born baby. I'm gonna take that as a sign. I gotta hit her up now. I got to. What do I do here? My exes are good people, though, you know. They're good people. They're good people. It just didn't work. You know, it just didn't work. Things don't work sometimes. Sometimes that's what happens when you're in a love triangle. Like I was. A couple times. Never goes well. Give me 1 second, guys. You guys are very impatient. All right? Just give me a second here. Just give me a second. Just whatever, man. But just post it. All right, how we doing? Oh, damn. What's up, Macro? What up, Samuel? What up, Dior? What up, Javane? Javon. I would pronounce that as Javon, but then the E at the end makes you stress that second A as a hard A sound. So Javane. Phonetics. What up, Ethan? What up, Dior? But you'll realize that names rarely are pronounced according to phonetics. Like my name. What up, Nick Haza? How you doing, bro? Never knew you was born in July. I'm as well. July 15th, smack dab center in the middle of summer. What up, Ethan? What's up, me? No, you're not getting games after work, Ethan. No, that's not what we're doing. Gosh damn it. I'm good, Macro. How you doing? Welcome in, everybody. What's up, Dior? What's up, Sam? What's the worst feeling? What up, Annoy? When are scrims coming back? Bro, what up, me? Yes, I will be. What up, 49ers? What up, Rubio? I'm back, baby. What up, Frias? How you doing, baby? Kalo? Okay. When am I going to do scrims again? Nah. Not anytime soon, at least. What up, Sugars? No, I didn't. Yeah, no, Ethan, we're not going to sit here and play. I'm coaching. I already told you, Ethan. Don't keep asking me, Ethan. Don't keep asking me. July 16th, Daniel P. Oh, wow, we're almost twins. Damn. Ethan, I'm here today and every day to coach. And I told you I won't continue coaching those that I've already coached. I'm giving other people a try that haven't been coached yet. But to... What up, Aaron? Yeah, liquid. But before we get into the coaching, I'll probably play a little bit just to loosen the juices, you know, loosen our juices up a bit. That's not even a saying, but that's a saying right now. I'm trying to loosen all our juices up, get us all primed and ready for what's about to go down. So that's that. Give me 1 second here, chat. I think I'm going to make a list this time. And this list is going to be a list, nonetheless. It'll be a list. Bro, what is this? Gets the people going. What up, Yuki? What up, Hunter? What up, bruh? What's up, Ethan? Coach me, I'm ass. Hey, you could be... How else we talking? We talking like Sabrina Carpenter ass or like Megan Thee Stallion ass? You know what I mean? Like how ass? That's the metric that I'll go by. That's how we'll order it. Sabrina Carpenter, your minimum ass. Megan Thee Stallion, your maximum ass. And then you guys got to come up with different types of asses in between those two ends of the spectrum that shows me exactly how ass you are, so I can triage you accordingly based on how ass you are. All right, bro. You get charged for coaching for a side hustle. Thank you, Javane. Thank you. I don't do it. I've always been able to do it, and I intentionally don't do it. I have a philosophical issue with that. Fundamental issue with it, so I don't. What up, Ethan? What up, Sebastian? What up, Annoy? Megan ass. Damn, Kendrick Lamar ass. Oh, okay, that might be even more ass than Megan. Summer Rae ass. Damn, that's pretty booty. That's pretty. Bro, Judy. Stupid. Oh my goodness. I got my dad watching Love Island too. I've always watched Love Island. I've watched it for years now. But I just be out there, and he always wants to hang out. You know how guys are. It's never been like that for me. I'll watch rom-coms. I'll watch drama shows. Reality TV, so I've always enjoyed it. Probably because my cousin or whatever, growing up. You know how some guys are. They don't want to watch that shit. My dad's one of them, and now he's hooked. He knows everybody by their first and last name, damn near. Bro, her body's insane, bro. When both of us seen her on the screen, we're literally just speechless. We're like, and then it turned to the back view of her butt, which I don't think is real, but it looks good, and it looks real. Damn, she's fine. What up, Samuel? What up, Tally? Alright, chat. We'll get to this later. Let me warm up. And it's not necessarily me warming up, but I'm going to do what I'm forcing you guys to do. You can't no-fill? Oh. I'm going to do what I'm forcing you guys to do, which is no-fill, essentially. and kind of go over some things to, let's see, how should I phrase it? To kind of solidify this information, the material in your head. So that when you get in my lobby and you're the one doing this, you can learn things through that. You can learn things through me doing it, and then you can learn things through others doing it as well. All right, Ethan. I thought that word. What up, Bianca Maricela? What up, Samuel L. Jackson? All right, chat. I got a Red Bull. Oh, chat. Tomorrow IRL stream. You guys remember? I think I'm still doing that. I think I'm still doing an IRL stream tomorrow. I gotta make sure this guy hits me back. If so, I'll be going to the fair and we'll be doing an IRL stream tomorrow. First IRL stream in a minute. Can I access settings from here on my keyboard? Tab? How do you access settings? Shift? Backspace? Enter? Spacebar? Whatever, bruh. Boring! What op you're going to use? What the fuck op? What do you mean op?
This is your champion.
I'm with the IRL stream. I definitely perfect. Yeah, it'll only be on Twitch. I can't multi-stream on my phone. Talk about it more when more people get here, but yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, we're live. Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm going to land at places that aren't as chaotic, which is stuff that, that's kind of how you guys play. Alright, when I have you guys solo queue, no fill, essentially, I'm not expecting you guys to hot drop. And although you guys see me do it day in and day out, again, land a hot drop, you'd be as good as whoever, and you might die a lot. But I got a 1v2 here off rip, so we'll see how it goes.
Enemy landed near me. They just can't resist me, can they?
So in a 1v2 situation, even as funny as it is, I'm landing on height because there's a gun here. I'm already on height. Now it's a 1v2. Now I take my attention. I locate the next guy. Simple. Look at him. That's how easy you make it. Now, when I see you guys struggle so hard, it's because you play absent-minded. You play without any intention at all. It's just kind of like... That's how you guys play. Mentally, in your mind. It's just like La La Land. It's La La Land for all of you guys. But I can't expect you guys to have that type of thought process, especially so quickly in a fraction of a second. Because why? Because that takes a long time to be able to build those instincts up. But when I teach you, when I have you guys do it, and I coach you personally, there's, again, we can talk about nuances and specifics, but I have to generalize and reduce things so that it's applicable to many circumstances. What up, Jerry? What up, Wicked Yuki? Yeah, macro, I guess so, huh? And I'm also using my character to my advantage. If there was no gun here, I could sit here and take it. You know, I could land over here. That's a big thing. You know, if you have a team landing somewhere, you land opposite of them. Even if in ranked and it's a fair 3v3, if you guys aren't like that, if you guys aren't comfortable fighting like that, you can land in the same POI still because you need kills, but you don't got a hot drop on them. And that's what a lot of bad players will do all the way up until Masters and through Masters as well. There'll be like 3 teams going here, and 2 of them want to land right in the same building. And the smart team, who could be horrible, is going to land here and third party them and get those kills off it, and then have the whole place to loot to themselves. I actually hate people seeing that do it. I hate seeing people do that. But the general thing about that right there, that play right there, is maintaining a advantageous position, which is usually going to be high ground. And if there was no gun there, I was ready and willing to sit there until my ult comes, with an escape plan in mind if they decide to chow me if I don't have a gun. It would have taken a minute, but I would have done it just to stress the importance of playing with intention and a plan in mind. But then you get that other guy, right? I get that first kill. Simple, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I get that first kill. He's over there. He has no clue where I'm at. You don't see me jump down. A lot of times you see people take fights. In a 1v2, ranked pubs, anything. They take a fight, they'll do damage, they'll get a knock, and all of a sudden they just vacate their god spot. And that puts you in a harder position than you were previously. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't always do it. There might be times where you do have to push down. But in a situation like that where I got one guy, that's why I'm playing duos right now. That's why I have you guys playing duos, because it's easier. You get one. Okay, so now I've evened the odds out to 1v1. But let me gather information prior to that fight. So I locate exactly where those people are at, what characters they're using. I actually don't even know the second character because I killed her so quickly. And then once I get that first person, instead of jumping down, I gather more information. And you saw me rotate and take a different angle as well, right? That's important. It's very important. In every fight that you take, regardless of the scenario, you shoot here, the teammate knows. This, obviously, that person just sat right there in that corner, so they were scared. But like a good player, you shoot here, and you get a knock here, their teammate is going to take their attention right where you're at. Obviously, because that's where you're making noise. So to prevent me getting angled out by a person whose position I haven't located yet, I take a different angle and open it up more. And then that's where I found her right there. And then I shot at her. There's no need to jump again. Some situations you might, like if she starts running away, I'm going to jump down. Or if she's playing cover, I'm going to jump down. Because I've evened the odds out. And at that point, that's a 1v1 that you have to take. Easy peasy. What up, Wicked? What up, Cloudy? Cloudy-ya? Now, we're kind of coaching today. Any tips for legends with no movement? Yeah, don't play them. I'm being so serious. You think I'm being funny. You think I'm being funny. If you find yourself solo queuing, struggling while solo queuing, and you're playing, let's say, like a Rampart, well, that's like probably 90% of the reason why you're struggling. My philosophy regarding that is to stop playing non-movement legends. This is a movement game. It's always been a bit more movement-oriented. It's more movement-oriented than ever right now. So to play as a Watson or a Rampart or a Fat Boy, you're putting yourself at a huge disadvantage, which is piled onto the disadvantage of you that's associated with you solo queuing. And then you sit there and wonder why you can't do whatever you want to do because you're playing on the maximum ultimate difficulty. And there's a lot of different movement types. Loba, Pathfinder. You could consider Wraith, although she's pretty piss poor. Ashe, of course. I mean, you guys know all of them. Octane. So find someone that you like, but obviously the meta is the meta right now. And you'll see the difference between me and everybody else that I'll spectate tonight and coach. Obviously, there's a gap in confidence between us, and you'll see a lot of people are scared to even initiate a fight, especially considering every fight's going to be a 1v2 because we're all no-filling. What up, Jake? Ash is #1 in everything, bro. Yeah, yeah. Can you share if you strafe using both directional stick and movement stick? Strafing is a very complex concept. I hear shots for me. I'm gonna go push towards that. Not saying that's what you have to do, but that's what I'm gonna do.
Replicator incoming. Let's make
The more people you kill, the more kills you get, the more points you get, the better loot you get, the better you get. Anyway, so I'm pushing what sounds like a third party. I'm gonna again gather information first. So you see a guy right here. You see other 2 guys right there, and one's on roof. So I'm just gonna take height and try to chow this guy who's solo. And then take my attention to the Rev who's probably pouncing up. He's not, so I'm looking down at both of these guys fighting. I'm staying here. Okay, so it's one more because his knock's right here. I knocked out Ultra's teammate. It's quick. Do I expect any of you guys to be able to replicate that anytime soon? No. And that's hard for me to obviously commentate when I'm in the middle of it, but I try to do it as best as I can while actively staying engaged and fighting in that. But again, what's the #1 rule regardless of the situation that you're in? Damn, I just spit out so many words right there. Take high ground. First and foremost, especially as a Loba main. You see me there, gather some information. We'll resume in a second. This purple skin off. So I'll do this a lot too. You want them to create openings. In a 1v2 situation, let them push stupidly. Now I'm going to chow this because I don't know where a teammate's at. That's obviously a really bad player. A really bad player. But that's like you guys right there. Alright, if we could try to talk about this. I'm going to stay on height so while I'm talking I can see what's going on around me. But initially when you hear those 2 teams fighting, which may have been 3 teams, I stop a little bit. I gather some information. I try to listen to where the shots are coming from. I pay attention to the kill feed to see who's trading against who. And you'll know if somebody's getting a knock in front of you without even seeing it because you listen to the sounds of the gun. Each gun has a distinct sound. So, you know, if somebody's shooting a Spitfire in front of me and they're fighting in the building, and all of a sudden while they're shooting that Spitfire, you see Spitfire pop up in the kill feed, you know that's that person right in front of you. And so you pay attention to their name to see if they knock another one or if they get knocked in return. And at that point, that would let you know it's a 1v1. But we saw a guy right here, so I, again, instantly took high ground because that's what I recommend everybody to do in every situation where you're engaging or about to engage in a fight, is to take high ground. You saw the Octane up there on height as well, so I'm taking that knowing that he's up there, and I'm buying myself time to take that 1v1 because that's the best odds that you can have when you're no-filling, when your teammates are dead or whatever. So I take that 1v1 with that Octane. But I don't vacate my high ground. I'm not scared. I hear more people fighting directly underneath me, so I look down towards them and get an angle on them. Another extremely complex tip, which will take a long time to master, is once you get good enough and aware enough, when you see 2 people actively fighting, you can tell which one's weak. There's little signs and subtle cues that the characters show that when they're weak, when they're cracked, when they're flesh. And then also you'll be able to recognize the pressure that a 2-man might be putting onto a solo. So you don't want to focus that solo like I didn't focus that person. Instead I focused that alter because I could tell that she had the teammate who was below me. And that's hard to piece together. Again, that's just awareness that you build over time. But you focus that other guy that you might give that alter time to heal up, run away, or do something. So while they're actively fighting each other, I want to focus the strong team, not the weak team, the solo. I want to focus the strong team so that when I get that alter knock and they kill that other guy, now I only have a 1v1. But let's say I focus the other guy instead. Instead of shooting that alter who's a strong team, a 1v2 situation, then maybe that alter ends up getting away. Or maybe she pops a bat and hides behind cover. Now I have to take a 1v2. I make it harder for myself like that. So I let them fight it out. I focus the alter instead, kill her, and then jump down to where I know the Revenant is below me. And I know the Revenant is below me because that was a character that I first saw below me before I teleported to high ground. So you have to take these mental notes, and that's complex to do all of that. But again, when we're generalizing it or reducing it to the easiest basic way of understanding is taking high ground and then pushing from there trying to push each individual 1v1 as possible. You're not going to just straight beeline into a 1v2, especially if they're healthy. No good player does that. No good player would ever do that. In fact, that's typically what bad players do. Just run straight out of 1v2 with no cover, no nothing, no damage done, no information gathered. That's what bad players do. A good player, no matter how much better they are compared to the competition, is going to sit still, do some damage, try to open up a window so they can take a 1v1, dip back if they have to, and then take that next 1v1. They're not just going to run right in the middle of two people and do something with it.
I'm already in the next ring. More time to gather supplies.
So remember, never out of sight, out of mind. I got sniped all the way up here.
Let's see what we have over here.
So I know that there's someone over there. We hear people fighting in front of me, or shooting in front of me, so someone's here. He gets a shot on me. There's no need to panic, though. Again, I'm gathering information, so one's here, one's there. Only one's looking at me. I'm not going to slow swing. We're not playing Rainbow Six Siege. I'm going to hard swing. You see how she missed every single shot? I didn't hit, you know, obviously she's on the head glitch, but you see how me hard swinging that makes me a harder target to hit. It's much more unpredictable. You have a lot of people that we saw a couple days ago as well do this all the time. We're not playing Rainbow Six Siege. You don't do that in Apex Legends. You hard swing shit, even if it's from afar. And that's not every time. There might be time where you have to utilize that cover. And so you don't want to hard swing away from it. So we know there's a guy to the right. So it's a lifeline to somebody else. I'm going to get aggressive here. And be resourceful. But I'm going to push to where I have an escape plan available. So I'm waiting for this other guy to heal and peek. I didn't mean to fall, actually, at all. And that's problematic because he might be able to get that revive. But it's a 1v1, and I want to take that now. So I put pressure immediately. Oh, shit. So there's that team from behind earlier, like I talked about. We remember that they were there. That guy's won. But again, I still want to put that pressure if possible. But either way I push, I'm going to get shot from here or behind me. So I'm just taking mental notes in my area. Plus he has a Devo. So I'm not going to chow right now. I'm going to sound whore a bit. Listen to what he's doing. I hear a lifeline drone, so he already res. Which is crazy considering how weak he was. So that play's kind of done now. And again, I'm positioning myself close to them. You know, I'm not running away. This is known as like coexisting. In ranked, you'll see it a lot. I'm coexisting with this team. What up, Philo? What up, Suave? What up, Dip? And so what I'm doing right now while I'm coexisting with them is sound whoring, listening to where they're at and what they're doing. Somebody's sniping at somebody from afar, so somebody's distracted. So I'm going to try to take an opening. But it looks like one's directly above me right now. So I'm going to see if there's another angle to take just by listening. And I notice that she's kind of mirroring me right now as well. So I might do this. And see what I have here. Bro, my PC's been stuttering a lot recently. I don't know why. I don't know why. But that keeps happening. I should have had my Prowler on auto. But that keeps happening, bro. I guess we'll queue. Wait, I can't queue? Full party not connected. It's just me. Alright, we'll back out. We'll back out. The Devo's scary, bro. Driver update? Maybe I haven't updated it, bro. Yeah, the last verse, bro. Okay, that's why, bro. Who the fuck are those guys? They're not even on my friends list. How'd they infiltrate the premises? Anyways, yeah, I was gonna kill him more than likely, but it froze. There's nothing I could do. Plus, the shots could have been better. But you see, once I get that knock, I provided myself the smallest window, and you keep providing yourself small windows to take these 1v1s consistently throughout every fight that you take. So, again, I went up there to go see if I had a play, and I had a play. Because I see one guy in front of me and only one guy. But I know that her teammate's somewhere near, so I have to anticipate that at some point the teammate might try to chow me as I'm shooting that lifeline. So I don't want to be too... You don't want to get tunnel vision on that lifeline, but, you know, as I'm one-clipping her, I'm processing the area around me still, and I don't hear anybody looking at me, pushing towards me, or climbing up to get an angle on me, so I continue with that one clip. If at any point that Pathfinder decided to chow me earlier, which would have been to my right side, and I wouldn't have had a view on him because he was outside my peripheries, I would have backed down from that fight, even if it means I can't get the kill. And I would have healed up and pushed a different angle, probably on the backside, knowing that that lifeline would have healed up. What up? Yeah, what's up, Exceptions? What up, Toxic? What up, Armenian? But you notice, again, once we start coaching other people today, my ability to afford myself these windows of opportunity to break these duos into single 1v1s. And if it's trios, it'd be the same.
Gold goes so well with a
It's all good, Dip. I'm not doing all that right now. What up, Armenian? What's up, Yuki? Yeah, bruh. If you're not using a movement legend in 2025, I don't know what to tell you. It's been like that, though, for like the longest time. Like a long, long time.
I see my reputation precedes me.
Since like the ultra movement meta, not the ultra, we're experiencing the ultra movement meta right now, but the meta where movement was like predicated.
Not today.
Would be like back like Horizon Bangalore meta or something. You know, we got bitches flying in the sky. We'll land at the same spot. And then from there, seasons 14 and onward or whatever, you had Revenant eventually. And then you had obviously something similar to what we have right now. What's up, CC? I can give some coaching to anybody if you're on today. What kind of coach you looking for? What up, Juice WRLD? Oh shit. Okay, so this is problematic already, and I don't have a gun. So this is an abort mission type thing, but I'm waiting. I want them to push me first. Why do I have them push up first? Because they're distracted. They're going up. They won't be able to shoot me while I'm jumping down and braceting out. So that's something that's intentional. And I'm not going to keep running away. I'm going to turn and burn. I don't like the angles or gun that I have right now, so I can't turn and burn too much. This guy's stimming his life at me. So this is a dead play. Super dead. I need to continue luring them out and dragging them out. When you do this, someone's going to make a mistake on their end. So that's why it's important to keep turning and burning. But again, I'm not confident with the loot that I have, so I can't stay. Plus, I don't have any braces anymore. So they're going to loot. They're probably going to continue pushing me. But notice how I'm not just running. I don't keep giving them my back. I keep turning. Jeez, loot is butthole. Super butthole. I'm going to keep looking. Because they know I'm solo. That's probably why they late landed on me. And if they don't push, they don't push. But never again. Never out of sight, out of mind. I know that that team might continue to push me. So in the back of my mind, I'm worried about what's happening here. So I'm listening. As I'm looting, I'm listening. As I'm looting, I'll continue looking that way. It might look like I'm just looking at this loot bin, but I'm still looking that way because that's where I know my closest threat is. Never out of sight, out of mind. Get this sight off my gun. And then when it comes to something like my ultimate, bro, as Loba, and I'm solo dolo, I'm just gonna put on high ground every time. Feel a thing, but a sub. We'll get the coaching later. I want to do this first to give you guys a look at what you guys should be looking like once you play. Did I already grab a? No. Okay, we're good.
Don't mind if
I see a lot of guys playing yesterday with just some bullshit guns, bro. I'm not saying use Devo. I think I hear somebody. I'm not saying use Devo. Actually, we'll just pop this. I'm not saying to use Devo or P20. I don't use that shit. Long range, close range. Every time, every shooter you play. Every battle royale. Long range, close range. I had some people running flatlines and sentinels yesterday. You're going to get your shit mollywopped in a close range fight, especially with somebody that knows what they're doing. And so you can use whatever guns you want to use. Any combination of long range, close range. You know, I'll usually use double spray weapons. I'll use G7s too. I don't use 30-30s particularly, but we'll stick with it right now. So when I end up coaching you guys later, I'll have you guys actively look around you, which is good, especially for ranked play, but for me, I don't do that. I know that there's areas that I haven't gathered information with. So like the area right there in my choke. So if somebody pushed me, again, my attention right there, mentally, my mind is focused on that choke right there, even while I'm looting. I don't have to actively look there. But that's a skill that you'll develop over time with more practice. But for right now, you're going to have to actively look around. And for me, a good player, a seasoned player, you know, I still have to look around as well, but it keeps me on the move. It keeps me moving throughout the map quicker instead of having to slow down all the time and do this, which is something that you guys will have to do. What up, AC? How you doing? Yeah, you need it, bro. Alright, nobody landed here. That's fine. We're just going to go towards lava. How you been, Cesar Chavez? I said we'll probably only do this for maybe an hour or two. Give you guys a look at what I expect from you guys. You guys can take notes based on what I'm saying, and then that's when we'll do the 1v1 coaching. Which might be even better now with this new 1v1 game mode coming out. Obviously we could do stuff in the range, but it's not a good simulation. The 1v1s in game, I don't know how it's going to work, if it's going to be like exactly like R5 or something. I guess we'll find out, but I'm sure there might be some usefulness there. So in the area, when I enter a new POI that I haven't gathered information in, this is especially important for ranked. Obviously, you're surveying the area around you. As soon as I pull up, I already know in 2 seconds that nobody landed here. And you know that by the bins that are unopened here. So that's just general awareness tips as well. Again, when you're rotating throughout the map, especially in ranked where it's important, you don't want to blindly rotate. And there are subtle cues and indicators that show you whether or not there might be a team here. And based on the information I gathered in just a fraction of a second, I've realized nobody landed here, so we'll keep it pushing. There are times, though, where you might see this. You see this a lot in ranked, especially early on in the game. If you rotated to another POI quickly, and it's a big POI like Lava Siphon, those bins might be, let's say, unopened. So immediately you might think that there's nobody in the POI, but as you continue looking, you'll see a bin right here that's open. So you know somebody's here. So right now my alert is 100% on this POI, and now I'm not just rotating through. I'm going to take my time locating the area, searching the area to locate enemies if there's any enemies here. And a lot of times you'll be able to find someone here based on that cue. Sometimes you might think, well, I don't see anybody, and there's a bin here, so they must have dipped out. But a lot of the times they might still be in that POI, still looting. And if you see those bins looted and these bins looted, but these bins unlooted, that might tell you that they rotated from here towards there, and they might be currently looting that shit right now. Awareness tips, but again, that's a bit more complex. But I want to go through everything while I'm playing to present to you guys the most information possible. To Costo, how you doing, bro?
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Obviously, this is a mid-game. So I'm negatively rotating, which means I'm rotating outside of zone. And I'm doing this because everybody lands here. And so you know you're going to find someone here. And they just finished a fight here. So we'll see what we can do. What up, Dry? What up, JP? I'm not playing ranked, bro. Hell no. So I heard someone here, so that's where my attention's at right now,
Seconds left.
as I'm pushing inwards. You see Watson gens and Watson fences. Might indicate that there's a Watson still alive. Gotta hit those shots better. So again, I see where they're at. I'm gonna take height. There's a guy here I know is a 1v1. So there's one Octane right there. Instead of just looking at him and tunneling him, where's his teammates at? Somewhere. I haven't located them yet. He left the game, so I don't have to worry about him anymore. Actually, no, he didn't. But that could be his teammate there. So I'm gonna go across and take height again. And so that's probably his teammate that you heard all the way over there. I don't know where he went.
Package being delivered.
Damn, they were here all day. Look at all these jump pads. I think I hear the knock guy right in front of me. Yeah. So that is his teammate, I'm sure, to the far right. For whatever reason. They're super split. And so we know naturally once you get a knock, their teammates, if they're not completely garbage, are going to push somewhere towards them. But I don't see him, didn't hear him. So keep it pushing. We'll get that thirst. You don't want to go int that thirst. You want to, again, gather information. You get that knock, pause. Be patient. Survey the area around you. See if you can locate them. If you can't, well, I did. You know, he was that person was the far right, but based on how far that teammate was from that Octane, you have to assume that that could be another team. So instead of just pushing down and be like, okay, well, that's them. No, you assume the worst always. Now, if that teammate was right on them, that would give me a better indicator that they're on the same team, of course. But again, that person was someone from my right. So now my attention right now mentally is towards the right side of me, and behind me as well. Because that's that's where they're at right here, exactly. But I'm lagging again. Jeez Louise. So it's new team. Oh shit. And he's right in front of me, so I just gotta take this while I can. Take a new angle. On height, always. And then I'll slide in because I have the health advantage. So isn't that interesting how that works right there? Even though that's a different team. And that might have been the same team that rotated in cap when I heard them take the jump pad to the far right. But you see how, based on my information that I gathered and the mental notes that I took, I'm already prepared for this team right here. Because somebody at some point rotated from this angle. So someone's going to be on my right side. That's why my attention's there as opposed to my left. Because I have more information on the right side of that map than I do with the left side. Most people, again, would have forgot about that because they don't think big picture. But that team's just not going to fall over. If they die to ring, that'll let you know maybe that's them that died to ring. But nobody did, so based on the information I had in Cap City, you know that someone's going to be swinging from your right side or behind. And so that amount of awareness helped prepare me for that fight. That level of awareness, I should say.
Don't mind if I do.
What up, Adrian? What up, Nick? What up, Gadim? So I heard them res while I was yapping right there on the bridge. I heard somebody res Geyser side. But it's still there, so could have been a Moby. Could have been right in front of me, but someone revived. And that's probably the Octane's teammate. Again, never out of sight, out of mind. Just because it happened 10 minutes ago doesn't mean that it's no longer happening. You have to take mental notes of everything in the game when we think of the game from a big picture perspective. And so this is important in ranked as well. I always play edge of zone when I rotate in. I never go to the center. And so even in a ranked situation right here, where I had this choke right here and I haven't gathered any information, instead of walking in, I need to respect this to see if there's any team that could potentially be flanking me right now, and as opposed to just running in there. If I run in there and there's another team in there and I end up getting pushed here and I didn't gather that information, now I'm pinched. And so I'll stay here until zone closes and just look behind. Known as gatekeeping. And that's important for ranked as well.
Hold on, I need to heal.
And my game has been stuttering a lot though. So I don't know where anybody's at. Got no information at all, but I'm not going to sit here all day. I'm going to work up, again, always work your way from high ground to low ground. So you see a guy right here. I can sit there and shoot, but I'm going to take high ground. And I'm always thinking of an escape plan in mind. And that's every fight that you push. Take high ground, see if you can find a team, and think of an escape plan too. So there's a team in front of me, and they end up going crazy on me. My escape plan is where I just came from, because I gathered information over there, and I know that there's nobody over there. And we saw the lifeline in front of me, so you know that tells you, that gives you directionality. That tells you that that team's somewhere over there. So as I begin to push over there, where's my attention mentally right now, and visually as well, in front of me, because that's the last sign of life that I've seen, somewhere in this direction. But you'll notice even when I run around, I'll run around from cover to cover. Again, work my way up from each high ground that I can. Because there's a better high ground than where I'm at right now, and that's up here. So if I were to just run out in the open, they might have an angle on me. So I take a position of cover to prevent that. Now I know where one team is. Don't know where the last team is though, but I do know that this team has to rotate.
Let's go there.
I don't particularly care for this building, so I'm gonna go over here.
Tossing jump drive.
You gotta be careful with rats too. In a circle this small with not many people left, every building you have to assume there might be a rat in there.
Supplies.
So what we're gonna do, especially in ranked, you'll do what's called clearing it out, clearing the building out. Navy SEAL tactics. Okay, so there's no rat here. You cross your T's, you dotted your I's, cool. That's all you can do. You still haven't located that last guy. There's not much you can do about it. But you do know there's a team here.
Let's go here.
And they're gonna have to jump down, which she's doing right now to my left.
Shooting at me. Spotted an enemy shield.
So it's a lifeline, so you know what she's gonna do. So I'm gonna try to get the thirst off without pushing down. And you hear the Kraber shoot from behind her. Ah! That dude's a go! And I just said it too, but you don't expect that! Baby kissed my ankle monitor and cuddled. That's crazy, bro. That's the second time in 2 days that I played where I'm getting cross-map, one-shotted. Before I got hit for 190 in the head with a charge rifle, bro, from 200 meters away. So even with me knowing that, again, there's just some shit that you can't control. And some shit you can't avoid, clearly. And, yeah. You could get more aggressive right there, but I'm taking my time and I'm being a bit more thoughtful with each of my pushes to stress the importance of how to play certain situations. What up, Zilio? Nah, I'm just teaching right now. What's up, Desmond? What's up? What's up, Jaime? So if things weren't like that, bro, I knew where that Kraber was because I'm paying attention even while I'm taking that fight. I would have jumped down. For you guys, I would have thirsted. And then repositioned myself. Assuming that because that solo is over there, and I know that he's over there because of him shooting towards us with the Kraber, I know that a solo is obviously going to try to third party. So once they recognize that I have that knock, it's not a fight where I want to try to take that lifeline fight right there, take damage, and have to thirst the other guy who's probably revived now. I would have just got that thirst, repositioned myself, assuming that the Octane was going to push forward, which he did, and then fight from there. No, I didn't retire Apex. No. I said that if I were to come back, I played the other day. It'd be for pubs, but I found some newfound passion by coaching people for free. Perplexity, did I kill him last game? What up, troll? Yeah, one of those Octanes is probably the Octane that landed on me off rip, huh? What's up, troll? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. We'll get to the coaching soon, but again, I want to, as the coach, I have to show you guys, instruct you guys on what to do. So, this is what I'm doing right now. What's up, P? Whenever you invite me, bro. Miami. Oh, I love when the OnlyFans bots follow me. So hot.
Need something? I'm sure we can come
What up,
to
Jen?
agreement.
I'm still in the process of applying. That's a long process. Most programs don't get back to you towards the end of the year. So, just gotta wait. Just wait. What up, Desmond? How you doing, bro?
Introducing your champion.
What up, unknown SG? You know Prince? I know of him, yeah. So let's land hot. But even when I'm landing hot, I'm landing in a position that's not so hot. In the hot drop. And that's important when you're solo queuing. If you want to get high kills, cool. Don't land in between all 3-4 of those teams over there. There's going to be a spot that might be opened up for you, so you can loot freely and not have to worry about fighting 3 different teams off rip. So that's what I'm doing right now. And that's kind of the trick to kill grinding as well.
I found a little something extra.
And this loot was kitted. Kitted. Oh, this place was kitted. Thank you, Jim. Me as well.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Bruh. I don't like the flatline. I don't know what they did to my baby, but they did something.
Oof, I've got a minute to dig up something good before the ring closes.
Since I'm playing, I can show you guys my backpack. Typically, you'll have no more than 8 cells, no more than 6 syringes, no more than 2 medis, no more than 1 phoenix.
I've got
And then for me, I'll sacrifice a lot of my grenades and ammo for a lot of bats.
Attention.
Bats are extremely important for anybody, but especially if you're solo queuing. So I'll carry some, you know me, up to 10 bats. So you see a team to my bottom left right here. And now they've scanned me. So that's an easy kill. Don't know where teammate is, so I'm going to wait. That's a lifeline, so I'm not worried about a quick revive. And it's a Sparrow teammate. No! Oh my god. No, I just bought it out right there, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I killed him, bro. The hip fire is so bad, bro. We'll requeue. That was terrible. That was terrible, bro. I don't know where the hip fire bullets went. But even with the position right there, you don't want to stay up there for too long, because you know that there's another team with an angle right on you. So you have to stay moving right there. Even if I killed him or not, I would have had to kept moving. But it looks like I die either way to the lava, of course. Damn, bro. This rebel's got to make me poop. But yeah, there wasn't much to show right there. But again, as always, play from high ground. Locate the nearest enemy when you can. Provide yourself a window of opportunity to take a 1v1 like I did for the lifeline. And then, again, naturally, when you get that knock, you don't really have to do much more work than that. You get that knock, you know that their teammate is going to swing that general location, that general area. So while you're listening and sound whoring, you're listening to see exactly where they're pushing from to get to that area, which is usually their knock teammate. And so while on top, I noticed that he was underneath me through the glass, underneath the roof on the top floor, and then he just turned around and chowed me. So that's a fight that he forced, and we both died for it. Because the other team killed him, and I died to some lava.
They say flattery will get you nowhere. It'll
What up,
get you
Day Day?
everywhere.
Damn, I have to drop a dookie. But yeah, so I'll probably play out the entirety of World's Edge and then start coaching. But again, I want to show you guys what it should look like. And then we'll get into the coaching.
Introducing your champion.
But I'm gonna have to go poop at some point, bro. This shit is hurting, bro. This Red Bull. I don't know why Red Bulls hurt my stomach. I already said, Nerks, we'll land hot. We'll land tangentially to the rest of to the rest of the lobby wherever they're dropping. So there are hella teams here. I'm not gonna keep going there. You know there's gonna be hella teams to my left, so I found a little soft pocket here. I'm hot, but I'm the only one that landed here. That's what you want to look for. You see 40 teams jumping right there on low ground. That's where I wanted to go over here. You see a lot of people there, so you know you find a new place to go to. You know there's gonna be people here when you're landing hot. I don't expect you guys to land hot. In fact, I don't want you guys to. You see people here, so utilize cover.
Round 1.
Looks like he's gonna go for this revive, and he probably got it off already.
I've sharpened my claws with that new upgrade.
So while I'm looting, you have to assume that you're being pushed right now. So that's what you're listening for. You're surveying the area around you even when you're doing something else. Everyone's dead in this area that I'm in right there. There was I just took 3 different 1v1s. Got the Seer in the 1v1 from long range, push in. Here the Pathfinder, the split, that's another team. Shoot him in his butt, that's another 1v1, and then come down knowing that there's only one team left, and that's the lifeline she's going to try to revive, so I locate her as quickly as I can, and then take that 1v1. Anticipating that I'm going to get pushed. And we know where we're going to get pushed from. This side.
Let's go here.
So one's underneath me,
Fire.
and that's not good, me taking damage right now.
Recharging my shields.
So that's just a dip situation. Because of the shots that Octane had on me early on,
Already inside the ring. Now
I'm not comfortable with that location anymore, so I'll vacate that high ground to a different position where they no longer have angles on me. And you know my loot's not the greatest, but that's just something you have to get used to. We know it's a movement-oriented team, Ash and Octane, so I have to play, not passive, but I have to be wary of that. Now there's a ballistic.
Care package being delivered.
And they poured on me on some crazy shit.
frag out.
That's a ballistic Ash. And they're getting really aggressive.
Drive set.
There's no problem with just running away. Knowing that there's other teams here. So right now I'm just locating the closest threat. My immediate threat. I think there's somebody underneath me.
Shield.
So I just saw him right here.
Here.
So I'm taking my attention that way. So she's above me. So I know where she's at right now, right? So I'm gonna go reposition myself. Dude, that shit stuns you for a really long fucking time. And that's also why I say I hate the fucking flatline too, bro, because that hip fire is atrocious. And she's getting buffed. Do you guys see her buffs, bro? That should have been an easy win. I climb up that wall to buy me some time knowing that that stun's going to last, but I thought that by the time I jumped back down, it would have fell apart, that stun, but no, that should last forever now. It's going to last even longer next, what is it, Tuesday? What up, Sunil? Yeah, when we start, we'll get a list going. What up, Jay? What up, Sunny? What up, Legendary? And sometimes your mechanics are going to fail you.
Look over here.
Your loot's not going to be good. Obviously, if I have a mag on my R9, that's going to be a one clip. But, you know, you can't help everything. You have to adapt. What up, Zach? Nah.
I need
What up?
shotgun ammo.
What up, Mahalo? How you doing, bro? You know what? One thing I've said about Watson, she's been the worst legend in the game for a long time. That's why they're buffing the shit out of her on Tuesday. And they finally did what I've been telling them to do for Watsons for, honestly, probably the better part of 3 years. And it's very simple to understand. When we look at the controller class, their primary focus is to control an area. to bunker down and fortify that area, essentially, right? Watson was always the weakest at that job, because most of the time, especially in a building, when you fortify that building using those legends, you're going to barricade those doors in some way, because the doors are the easy points of access for that building. Obviously, you can't fly through windows, you can't teleport through buildings. You can now with Alter, but that hasn't always been the case. And so the fact that all you had was 2 little nodes here and then the door, and you put them on the inside typically. As soon as I open the door explodes, giving me free access to that building in that particular point of access within a fraction of a second, which is always very stupid and counterintuitive to the controller Legends design. Everybody else, like Caustic, Newcastle, Catalyst, you have to spend 5 seconds plus to get that door down to destroy it. You're going to have to kick it down, you're going to have to throw some grenades. You have to do a lot of shit to get that door down. Watson does it herself. But now, which is exactly what I said, her fences should electrocute, or how should you say? It should electrocute you. It should reinforce that wall and make it zappy, that door, so that when you make contact with that door, it'll stun you, and that's exactly what they're doing now, finally. So we know the team landed in front of me. So again, I'm going to always take height and just survey the area. That's what I want to see you guys doing today. And they're underneath me right now, inside. So her teammate knows where I'm at now. So instead of challenging that again, I'm going to reposition myself and get a better feel for where that teammate exactly could be pushing me from. So I know the Ash is behind me, so I position myself over here to take a 1v1, knowing that the Ash has to come all the way over. So the Ash is right here. I've located her. Now I chow. You see how patient that is, especially 1v2 and everything? What up, Nara? Nayara, sorry. You see how I broke that team down into each individual 1v1, right? So to go through that a little bit, and that's a simple 1v2, but to go through that, again, as soon as I land, another team landing here, so I take height, I survey the area, I gather information. That's important. You hear the Ash beneath me, knowing that I have a good angle to play right here and cover to retreat and escape plan. I locate that Ash, I get some shots in her. I'm not able to get her knocked, but I haven't located her second teammate yet. Hold on, Sunny. So I reposition myself back on high ground to gather some more information to see if I could locate where that teammate might be coming from. Naturally, most people, good players and bad players alike, once you start shooting and your teammates engage, the other teammate's going to be pushing you from some angle. So instead of just sitting there the entire time without locating that teammate and knowing where she's coming from, I elect to back out and figure out if there's another area that I could sit into to figure out where she is. So I go over here. Initially, I'm going to go chow this Ash again because I haven't heard her teammate come from this side at all. So that would tell me that this side is free, so I can enter in here and go take and hold this angle against the Ash that was down there. But as I do that, I finally located the other guy. I crack him. But again, keeping everything in mind, what up, player? Thank you for the follow. Keeping everything in mind from all the information that I've just gathered right there in the last 5 seconds of that fight. I know that the Ash is right here and the guy's right here. That means I'm pinched. You got to work out of that pinch. And I'm not going to sit there and run straight at this guy and go kick the door down, because that's going to take a lot of time. And in that process, the Ash is going to be pushing me from this backside and get an angle on me. So that would be a stupid play for me to make. So instead, knowing that the Ash is all the way over here, I'm going to bracelet across and enter in from that backside to see if I can challenge this guy in a 1v1, the Alter. The Alter, recognizing that I'm braceleting over her, made a very bad play. And through that whole fight, recognizing that I'm braceleting over her, it comes down to map awareness and map knowledge as well. You know that if I'm braceleting past you, there's a door here. That's the only way that I can enter in this building. So that Alter needs to play the front side of that building, on the outside, not on the inside anymore. Because she didn't, I was able to get that kill If she were to play right here on this door, and I swing in the inside, I can't do anything about that because I know that Ash is going to be pushing me from somewhere. 99% of the time, bro. 99% of the time. It's one of the easiest FPS tips I could ever give you guys. 99% of the time. When you're in a fight, 3v3, 3v2, 1v3, whatever, someone's flanking you. It's built into our nature to push a flank angle. 99% of the time. And so once I get that altar, again, you're still processing and gathering information in your surrounding area. I get this kill on the altar. I'm remembering where that Ash previously was, which is this way. So I'm assuming she might come here. But because while I'm shooting her, I don't hear any other footsteps or see any visual of that Ash push me from this way, you have to assume, okay, she's going to come flank you. You've already gathered information here. Nobody's here. So that's why I sat right here. Sound hoard a little bit. Got information to her whereabouts. And then took the 1v1. 99% of the time, someone's going to flank you. So every fight you take, you kind of want to respect your flank. Because you don't have eyes in the back of your head. So your flank is always your most vulnerable whatever. I'm breaking down, I guess, the micro aspect of the game right there. Fighting dynamics and whatnot. If I played a legend that didn't have movement, again, you're throwing the game and you're making your life harder. My job is to make your guys' life easier. Doesn't mean you have to play Ashe necessarily. I can do what I do in pred lobbies against pro players as Loba, but this is a movement meta and it's been a movement-based meta for a long time now. If you find yourself playing a weak-ass legend like Caustic, there are tips that I can give you without playing movement. But, again, considering you're solo queuing and playing a non-movement legend, an off-meta character, you're making your life extremely difficult. And that right there is the majority of the reason why solo queuers tend to underperform and fail to hit the ranks that they want. So you're solo queuing, so that's already hard enough. And on top of that, you're using a non-movement character and a movement-based meta. So there again, I could play a legend that doesn't have movement, but that's not my recommendation at all. You saw a team flying in right here.
I'm nowhere near the next ring. I better get moving.
So I'm gonna go take height and poop myself and locate where this team is. And they're right here.
Let's go there.
So knowing something like a Lobo ult, you know that team knows where you're at now, so you have to be wary. So there could be Ashe on that team. So even while I'm looting right now, there's someone behind me too. I prefer to go this way because I know that there's two teams now, and I have a better escape route this way. If somebody pushes me, I'm fine with dying here. So now they're fighting.
I've got a minute to dig
So I'm gonna come back. I know that those two teams are fighting now. So I'm gonna go take an angle, but I'm not gonna straight beeline into them. I'm gonna gather some information, listen for the area around me. Always work my way up from high ground to low ground.
45 seconds.
This is where they're at right here.
Better not leave anything behind.
So it's a 1v2 situation in front of me. A 1v2v1. I'm gonna fight this Pathfinder because that's a strong team. Pathfinder was a strong team, but I couldn't get to him in time. So I know that this team is gonna aggress me. So I'm looking at the climb up spots, and that's enough for them to push me. So I just gotta back up. Assuming I'm making the assumption that the conduit is full health, and I know it's a conduit because of the damage I just did to the Pathfinder. Show me that it was a conduit. So I was late to that third party. Wasn't much I could do. I'm not gonna overstay my stay. Again, you're solo queue, no filling, so you don't have any help. So you have to play a bit more passive than you like. And so conduit's gonna push up right here. I hear it pushing towards me. This is a 1v1. I gotta take it. Where the fuck is she? I know her Pathfinder's gonna push, so I'm listening. As I'm thirsting, I'm listening. I'm not gonna die for it. He's underneath me somewhere. Probably like right here.
Here.
That's where I last heard him.
Jump drive in position.
I didn't mean to jump down, but we're challenged. And I just got shit on. Just got shit on, simple as that. That dude didn't miss a single fucking shot. Watermelon Gremlin. The best shot in the world. But again, there's going to be a lot of situations where, you know, you got to take that 1v1. There's nothing else you can do. You lose, you lose. But at least you're making the right plays. I got to go drop a deuce, I think, so I'll be right back. Julie, thank you to follow it up, Desiree. Give me a sec, guys. Damn. Damn.
Restocking complete. Replicator being delivered.
Damn, nothing came out. Oh, nothing came out. What up, Suave? But yeah, me jumping down, I even said as I jumped down, I didn't mean to because I knew that was going to be a mistake because when you jump down, you have to deal with that. The reason why my shots weren't the best right there is because you jumping down, you're going to take that fall stun. And it's going to mess up your strafe and your initial shots as well. So you have to jump fully, get stationary to be able to, how should you say, be equalized with your movement and your recoil. But jumping like that, like I said, with him already on the ground, I didn't mean to do that. I could have had a better angle. What up, noodlehead? Ugly ass fucking noodlehead. What up, Ed? Nah, nothing came out, bro. False alarm. It's got bubble guts. Damn. Zach was just crazy. What up, Julie? Thank you, Julie.
Is there any better gift for someone who lives in...
My stomach. What time is it? So, we'll probably start the coaching in like 15 minutes. I'm going to land on this team. Landing, are they landing over? Two teams landing here. I'll just land short, go third party them. So I know when it comes to third party, a lot of bad players don't know how to third party. You got a couple guns, you know that there's two teams landing. This is especially important for ranked as well because those kills are important. The more kills you get, the more points you get, the faster you rank up. So you grab what you can and start looking towards this third party. Start listening to if they're fighting, they're engaged in that fight. They're not, obviously, but I know there are two teams here, so I'm not going to push in just yet as a third party. But a lot of people will know that there's two teams landing there and then decide to push 15 years later when the fight's already done and this team has way better loot than you. So there's a team underneath me and the guy right here. So shooting like that, I've given away my position. So we know there's one team in front of me, one team below me. So I don't want to be here too long because I know that this team below me might take that zip line up and chow me, so I'm going to reposition myself. No longer in between these two teams. I don't hear anybody anymore. Sounds like they might even be fighting each other. The wingman sucks. I'm getting old. pretty pissed loot.
Mama's got you now.
Again, I always work my way to height. I hear a guy on the opposite side of me, so I'm gonna see if I can get an angle on him. Just try not to jump down again. So that's one. There's 3 more in the area. His team is right here. So she's weak as shit. She's not a threat to me anymore, so I can jump down, vacate height, thirst, and loot.
Took care of that one.
I wouldn't have done that initially without locating that teammate, without having done any damage. And so I take back height immediately. That's your best. What up, Million Bay? How you doing, Queen? How old am I? So I don't have whereabouts of the other team and how weird they're playing. But you hear him healing somewhere in front of me. He's right here.
What a lovely new upgrade.
You'll notice that once we start doing this later today, or like in 15 minutes or so, and you guys start solo queuing like I'm doing, you'll notice that by keeping your position of high ground and by consistently doing damage from all ranges, the enemy team is going to make mistakes themselves. They're going to open up windows for you to push them and kill them themselves. Very seldom do you have to work hard for it. That's why I always emphasize, you got to be good with long range damage to stall that team more, to put them more on the defense, to fill them with panic. What up, bitch? So I don't know where the other team went. There were 2 teams. That team obviously dipped. So I'll just push towards the next hot spot. How you doing, Melina? How's your day been? Again, I never want to just land in a place where, especially if I'm a non-movement legend like you guys were asking earlier, I never want to land in a spot where I don't have high ground or an easy escape plan. So even with movement, you see me land on the bridge. I'm not going to land right here, again, especially as a non-movement legend, because there's no quick way for me to escape that situation if there's a team there, because I haven't been able to gather any information. And I hear somebody pushing me from my bottom right now. So I'm going to have to take my attention that way.
Don't mind if I do. They're shooting at me. Recharging my shields.
So we've located them. I'm going to take an angle on the guy that's far in the wide open. He's already got purple, so I'm scared. You know what I'm going to do as a movement legend? I'm going to take height, get an angle on that guy to the right. The Wraith is going to push me, or whoever had that wingman is going to push me, so I'm going to brace it back. Just like they already did. Oh, hell no.
Using jump drive. Shooting at me.
So he already had that play in mind.
Recharging shields.
But I dictate exactly what they're going to do by predicting it. And then in accordance with that prediction, I know what play to respond with.
Cracked an enemy shield.
So now we know there's 2 teams here. Nobody's knocked each other yet, so
Cracked an enemy shield.
I don't want to push just yet. I knocked the team I didn't necessarily want to knock, because this is the team that's moving. You can get a sense for the behavior of the team. So they just killed him. I got my kill, but we know it's a 1v2 still. They're still looking for me. And they're going to hold hands, so it's a difficult fight to push. We've seen this a lot yesterday for you guys, but I'm not running away. I'm not shying away. I'm still holding my ground and pissing this team off. I know that their legend is like a Wraith and somebody else. I haven't been able to get a look at them. So I know they can't really just take high ground on me. Looks like a Watson or something, conduit. So she can't take height. I'm gonna go chow 1. Knowing that this guy's gonna push from that angle.
Replicator incoming. Cracked an enemy shield. Highest level.
You see how I split them up? You see how I splice and dice? How many times you guys see me do that?
Fell for me.
If I could see you, any of you guys do that today, I'll be very excited.
Hold on, I need to
But you see how annoying that team... well, TBC to be continued.
jump right.
So this is the Ash, so you know that she could portal up here. And it's a Sparrow.
To heal.
So it's a double movement team. I have to respect their ability to close these gaps. So he's going to grant me 1v1, it looks like.
Jump drive activated.
Ash is going to portal up.
Recharging my shields.
That's enough damage for me to chow. I'm gonna get this thirst. She's scared as shitless.
Kill leader has been eliminated.
And Loba and Dragon. Shield.
She was on the defense the whole time.
Ready in the next ring.
Now everything I did there was very strategic and cerebral.
All squad down.
You see how I pissed this team off?
Gifts.
By capitalizing on their mistakes. Again, very rarely do you even have to put in effort for them to make mistakes. People are ass. Even good players will make mistakes. So even going back to over here, hopefully we don't get pushed. You recognize the legends that they're using and their behavior. Are they aggressive? Are they playing scared? And that can tell you exactly how you need to play. And so with this guy right here, who was a Wraith, and the Conduit, I think it was, who pushed underneath me, and I'm still on height. You have to think of it in terms of, it's like chess. Based on their position and based on their plays, how can I respond? How can I be several steps ahead of them? And so while I'm on height and a guy underneath me that I know is not an Ash or somebody that could go from A to B within a second, I hit this guy, I think, once for 50, and I'm untouched. So that's enough for me to jump down and chow him. I have a window to push, knowing that while I'm chowing him, it's going to take maybe 5 seconds for him to come from there to
Let's head
here.
that way.
So I take that one within that window. There's a team pushing again. So it's an Octane Ash team. Again, another very scary team to have to fight. Especially as a solo. Because of their movement.
Let's do some shopping. Don't mind if I do.
So anyways, you see how I slice and dice that first team. You have a non-movement legend here and a non-movement legend there. Even though I didn't do a lot of damage and I only hit him for 50. Gosh damn it. Even though I only hit him for 50, that was enough for me, based on the other teammate's position, for me to go and chow that and take that one.
Replicator incoming. Let's make ourselves something nice.
I get that knock, which is important for me to get that knock within that window that I provided myself, or rather the enemy provided for me. Get that knock and then take my attention to that Conduit. Kill him. Now I'm getting third party by that Ash and Sparrow, two movement oriented legends. I know that at any point Sparrow could take this height and Ash takes a zipline, so I back up. The Sparrow does some nut shit. I hit him for a little bit as he's pushing up. Again, I think I did what, maybe 30, 40, 50 damage? Not that much, but I still have that health advantage. And so, knowing that the Ash is below me, she could pour it up on me at any moment. But I still have a 2-second window that I bought myself, or the Sparrow bought himself, by pushing on height with me. So I teleport towards him with the advantage that I had. Again, only damaging him for like 30, 40 while I'm full health. I get that kill.
Tossing jump drives.
So a teammate right here, another team right here. So they knocked one underneath me. I want to focus the strong team. I don't want to focus that solo at all. You want to focus this team, the strong team, and even those numbers out as well. Which I just did. So it's a 1v1v1. I want to chow that though.
Jump drive activated. Cracked an enemy shield.
He just took the door below me.
Ooh, a horse. Recharging shields.
His teammates are right here. I've located them. He's gonna try to res.
Nice ring.
Easy kills. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. And there's the last team.
Between me and victory.
So with that, so we talked about the Wraith and Spare Conduit team, how I split them apart. I took the 1v1 here, utilizing my abilities, and bought myself a window to go and chow that Wraith. And that's a necessary kill. I only have whatever time it takes for that Conduit to go from here to here and back her teammate up, 5 seconds or so. That's the window that I have to fight that Wraith. And if she phases out and continues to run away, knowing that her teammate's going to naturally push towards me, I kind of have to reposition myself. And that play's kind of dead from there. But she didn't. So I was able to kill that Wraith, take my attention on the Conduit, another 1v1, and then kill her. And then with that Ash Sparrow team, again, Sparrow team took height. Ash is a legend that I have to respect because she could portal on me while I take that 1v1. But that's a 2-second window that I worked within.
Better grab what I can.
So with the Sparrow on height and me on the opposite side and the Ash somewhere below me, I know that I have however long it takes for that Ash to get to position to portal up to height, assuming that's what she does, and win that fight. So I one-clip that Sparrow, and I take my attention around me to figure out where that Ash is coming from, knowing that at any moment she could portal on me. So that's what I'm listening for, several steps ahead, right? And she never portaled on me. I ended up doing 39 damage to her.
Seconds left.
I'm full health, so that's enough for me to go and chow that. I bought myself a small window and a health advantage to go and push her. She keeps running away. I'm not going to chase her because it's an Ash, so instead I decide to thirst, knowing that she's going to come back at some point. And then I take a 1v1 from there. And then with these two teams pushing me, I always tell you guys it's important to focus that strong team. If you can get that strong team knocked while they're third-partying and fighting another team, and even those odds out, you turn into something more favorable for you, a 1v1v1, as opposed to another 1v2. So I was able to get that Ash knock from afar. I don't want her to get revived, so I'm going to, shit, this is not, no bueno at all. At all.
Cover me. I'm using a Phoenix kit.
So I'm going to try to evac, using my resources that I have available, but this Phoenix kit's not going to give me a lot of time. But I think it's worth it to risk it no matter what, based on their position holding me out. I wanted that Kraber. So I'm going to fly over them and past them to where? A position of high ground, always. They're on the top rock. Not much I can really do. I also don't have a lot of ammo, so I'm going to see if I can get that Kraber. Might be too far. No, it's not. Perfect.
I hope you had expensive taste.
Beginning ring countdown.
So you play kind of cheesy like this when you're solo queue. That's how you have to play. Again, it's two people staring at you with full health and you have no help. What are you going to do? Sprint at them? No. You pick them apart by doing damage from afar, even if it's cheesy like this. But there's no way she saw me, bro. Heal?
Recharging shields.
I triple take this damage, bro. She hit me for 111. So this is a very difficult fight. Based on their position, that one has a bow, one has a triple take. They both have height. She wasted her ult already, though. It sounds like someone's pushing up. With her pushing up, if someone's here, if the lifeline's pushing up, then I have a 1v1 to take.
I'd better be smart with it.
But it looks like both of them are pushing down. I need to locate where her second team is. So I'm going to do damage here if I can get a crack and then teleport on him, knowing that the lifeline can't immediately push up.
10 seconds until the ring.
So I brace it across. But I have to take this one because she's already here. And then I turn around, know where she's at, and then win the fight. Bada bing, bada boom.
Now they'll have to come to me.
You grant yourself, based on your positioning, based on your awareness, based on the damage that you do from afar, you grant yourself small pockets to work within, small windows of opportunity, I keep saying. And that's when you have to act.
You are the apex.
I bought myself only so much time to do damage to that Wraith and to hopefully chow her, but as I'm pushing towards her, I recognize that the lifeline's pushing up immediately, which is stupid. Really, she should have sat down there and healed. Her teammate's going to die either way. But if she sat there and healed and then chowed me, at least she would have been full health. But I do damage on that Wraith. I've located both of their positioning, so I know how much time I have when I inevitably chow that Wraith who's split. Again, neither of them have movement like that. But as I'm on the way, you have to adapt to your situation that you're in. Ideally, I wanted to kill her, but because that lifeline closed that distance so quick, she was going to be exactly where I was at as soon as I teleport. So she would have shot me in my back, and that would have been annoying. So while that Wraith is out of the fight for just at least 5 seconds, the time it takes to pop a battery, and she's getting drone healed as well, I take my attention to the lifeline. So now I have another 5 seconds, a pocket that I've afforded myself to go and challenge that lifeline. I get that knock, I swing around, locating, remembering where that Wraith was, and then challenge her from there. Does that make sense? If you guys have any questions, honestly, it was a perfect game, bro. It was a perfect game to commentate and analyze. It's perfect, bro. It's perfect. I haven't seen one person do that. And to be honest with the people I coach, I will probably never see that. But hopefully through practice and through studying these tips, eventually you get to a point at some point in your time with Apex where you can do that. But to do that alone, to get 12 kills, 3,000 damage solo with no help, no fill, is very difficult. Especially considering, I'm actively taking these fights. I'm not running away the whole game. But 420. It was textbook. Textbook, man. I love textbook. Manager, thanks for the follow. All right, who's up first? I can do it. I showed you can do it. Remembering the basics. Maintaining space between you and 2 other people. You have no help. Doing damage from long range to buy you windows of opportunity. Letting them push you and make mistakes while you maintain a position of high ground. Every engagement that I had right there, that entire fucking game, chat, I was on some level of high ground. Some level of cover. Even if it was in a building, I'm still on the highest floor. I have an escape plan in mind, so if I do get a lot of damage inflicted on me, instead of reacting last minute, where do I go? Where do I brace it to? Where do I leave? I already know where I'm going to go, so I'm very poised. There's a plan always. It's very intentional. Everything is intentional. Thank you, manager. What up, 420? Appreciate it. Yeah, I better know I've been playing the game for 6 years. I was coaching. I was giving commentary myself on how to do it. Now that you guys know how to do it, I'm going to coach somebody like I did the other day. How do you keep a clear mind? Practice, bro. Practice. There's no information or tip that I can give you to keep your mind clear. You keep your mind clear through practice and repetition, through failure over and over and over and over again. And typically, once you've failed so many times and you finally begin to see small signs of success, that builds confidence. In fact, like that's how you build confidence in everything you do. You fail a million times, and at some point, as long as you're studying, taking notes, and being intentional with your growth, at some point you're going to improve. And once you notice that improvement, that builds a small layer of confidence. And the more that you continue to improve, you continue stacking on that confidence. It's like a building block. So 6 years of this game, solo queuing, playing ranked, doing whatever, challenging myself, failing a lot. That's how I stay poised. But again, that's high level composure that only exists through years of failure, learning, improvement, and ultimately seeing success. Who said Macro? You want to go first? Add me. If you guys add me, we'll do as many as we can today. I'm IRL streaming tomorrow, actually. I'll be at the county fair if my guy hits me up. I don't know who Doomerin is. I said I'd do Macro first. So Macro, if you're here. He was the first message I saw. What up, John? There are no tips that I have. John, I've been asked that question so many times. I'm D2, I'm D4, I'm D1. How do I get to Masters? Well, you're solo queuing, more than likely. And so if you struggle getting to Masters, the easiest solution is to stop solo queuing. It's as simple as that. And then so a funny question, you asked me, how do I get to Masters? I'm D1. Well, do the same shit that you did to get to D4 to D3. Do the same shit that you did to get to D3 to D2. Do the same shit that you did to get to D2 to D1. Why is it the same? Because those are all the same lobbies. You're fighting the same people. You're fighting the same ranks. So you got to D1. That's why I don't answer that question. You got to D1. You asked me how to get to Masters. Well, how'd you get to D1? Do that same shit. You're in the same exact lobbies, from Platinum even sometimes. What up, Diesel? Thank you, Brody. What up, Dalen? What up, Shoe? I'm asked, bro, can't let the world watch? Bro, you saw the people that we played, I coached yesterday are going to be asked. They're going to be Megan Thee Stallion ass. You might be Sabrina Carpenter ass. It's a spectrum of assetry, and I don't mind if you're Megan or Sabrina, or if you're in between. But the worse the better. Let others go. All right, who's up? Who's up? I don't know who this is. Oh, that's a friend of mine already. Who is that? Patty Waddy. I don't know who that is. Well, 420, it's important to recognize that as a bronze 1 player, you're obviously not fighting any Preds. And there's a misconception in the game. I'll let somebody else go, but let me talk about this, because the thing that holds people back the most, even if they're solo queuing, which is inherently difficult, and I would recommend not doing it if you can, the most common thing you hear that prevents people from hitting masters is, well, I'm always fighting Preds. No, you're not. In fact, that's not how those lobbies are designed. I'll be top 100 Pred, and there's only, at most, I've ever seen 20 of us, meaning the majority of the lobby is still filled with something other than non-Preds. But on average, you're probably fighting anywhere on console or PC from 5 to 10 Preds. And that only really happens once you're at the diamond rank. But you'll hear a lot of people say, I keep dying to Preds, and they're silver. Because they die to one guy that hasn't played ranked in 3 years, so obviously he's dropped down to silver, and they kill him. They only keep track of times that they die to Preds because it's obviously memorable. But if you look at every game that you failed to succeed in, you're dying to silvers, plats, diamonds, but that all goes out of your mind. That's unremarkable. But what's remarkable is that one time you died to Preds. And it might be a handful of times, but if you look at all the games you play, if you're not a Pred, you look at all the games that you play, even if you are a Pred, there's not many Preds to fight in this system with how the matchmaking is designed. All the games you play, the majority of the games you're dying to non-Pred players. So that's an excuse that a lot of people use because that's the only thing they remember. Again, they're not going to remember the silvers that kill them. That's unremarkable. You're not going to remember the golds that kill you or the diamonds that kill you. You're going to remember every single time a pro player or Pred player kills you. But that's not the majority. And so let's say you play several hundreds of games. The amount, let's say that you die to actual current Pred, not a previous Pred, but a current Pred. Because a previous Pred doesn't mean much unless they've been previous Pred double split every season for the last year. That shows that they're current. The game's been out for 6 years. I have Pred badges from 6 years ago. If I stopped playing ranked but I got Pred in season 2 and 3, that doesn't automatically mean that I'm Pred level today, present day. But a lot of people will use that excuse over the years as to why they can't succeed or hit masters, and it's a bunch of bullshit. And it's an excuse. And in order to grow, you have to have more of a growth mindset and free yourself from any excuse, even if that excuse is true. Let's say you're actually dying to Pred player every single game you've ever played, which is impossible. But let's say that's the case, so you have a good excuse to explain why you can't hit masters. It could be you play with one fucking arm. Your arm got bit off by a shark, but the mentality, that fixed mindset, that preconceived notion of you limiting yourself based on whatever circumstance that you're in is going to manifest in reality. You have to believe in the concept of speaking things into existence. So if you're always speaking negativity into existence, and obviously we're going beyond Apex now, you speak things negatively into existence, that usually is what manifests, and that's usually how your life looks. You see that type of mentality in unsuccessful people and people that struggle greatly with mental health. But if you can reorient your mindset, your mind is your brain is very what's the word I'm looking for? I believe it's neuroplasticity is the concept that I talk about a lot, which is a concept in like neurology, I guess you could say, that in layman's terms would explain. You can go much deeper than this, but your brain has the capability to reframe itself, kind of reconnect these wires in your brain to strip yourself from old bad habits and relearn new ones, but that takes time. And the reason why I'm stressing this is if you're going into this game looking to hit something, you're going into your job, you're going into school, you're going to sports looking to achieve something, but all you're thinking is every reason as to why you can't achieve that, that's ultimately what's going to happen. So if you could reframe your mindset by being more positive, speaking things into existence, visualizing success, these are all things that can help you be successful in whatever it is you're trying to do. Malleable is a good word. And that's a big issue nowadays too. You know, everybody's brain is fried from social media. Everybody might be living a mediocre life, and you see someone younger than you, way more successful, based on the pictures that they post and the money that they might have or the clout that they have, and you know, so it's easy to get lost in that. And that's why a lot of people struggle. But if you use me as a testament, I've learned that type of mindset from my father, and that's been instilled in me from a very young age, so I'm fortunate for that. So this isn't something that is brand new for me. This is something that I've been practicing since a kid. And if you look at every aspect of success, how I keep continuing to accomplish goals that I've set for myself, with me being in the final stage of getting accepted into PA school, it shows you that this mentality works in whatever it is that you're doing. And in fact, that's the only way to be successful. Anyway, who's next? Philo, you want to go? What up, Shuyan? I know a little bit. Sorry, I had to yap because I saw that one comment. So in everything right now that we're doing, coaching, you guys playing, I don't want to hear no excuses. I'm going to call you out every time too. Instead of making excuses, oh, I didn't have this, I didn't have that, got shot in my butt. Tell me what you could have done better to hopefully prevent something like that. And sometimes it's inevitable. Like that one time where I'm 1v2 in a guy and I get Kraber from 150 meters behind. What can you do? But you recognize that as there's things you can't control and there's some things you can't control. Regardless of whatever situation you encounter, I don't want to hear no excuses. Someone else can go? Alright, bet. I know this Doomerang guy. I don't know who's who though. He's in a game. I gotta go pee too, but I'm gonna get somebody in here. Anybody that has me added already? I know there's about 5+ people that said they wanted, but I've been yapping. Loot Boy, you have to add me. My name is I Scrappy. It takes too much time for me to do it. What's up, Rosalia? Yeah, Tro, if you already went, we'll try to get to the people that haven't gone yet. But of course, if there's nobody here that's new, what's up, Excedrin, then we'll go back to people that we've already done. But I know that there are a couple people that I haven't done yet. A few people, in fact, that could go right now. And if you're scared, bro, there's a couple people. Macro, I'm going to call you out. Macro and who else? And Macro and Lil 420. I would, but it's embarrassing because I'm not good. That's what both of you guys said. Okay. How do you propose that you get better in anything that you do with that mindset? We're not going to make fun of you. You saw me do it the other day. I'm not here to make fun of you. I could easily troll and make content out of it in that way, but that's not conducive to anything. If you can break past that, these limitations that you set for yourself, and a lot of the times it has to do with you being embarrassed of your underperformance and how others might perceive that or even make fun of you. Fuck all that. You want to get good at something, you have to remove yourself from that type of thinking and at least be confident knowing that, yeah, I might suck, I might do this, but I'm doing this to get better, and I don't really care what anybody else has to say towards me or about me, because what they say has no bearing or effect on my life and my growth. But that's all I gotta say. You know, I can't force you. I'm a better Loba man than you? Yeah. Has a lot changed in the game since last year? Yeah. In fact, those are the people that need help the most. You guys are all adding me, but nobody's joining. Which one of you guys? I don't know who's who in the chat, so all these people that added me, if you're in the chat, let me know which one's you. Or I'll just invite, I guess. But I want to know who it is. Yeah, you're right. It's not open. If No Shirt Mickey D's can tell me who you are in the chat, we'll go from there. Doomer, we could do you next. You're good. 420, take time. So right now, I don't think I'm going to play with them like I did yesterday. I think right now I'm just going to continue spectating. A few games, and then move on to the next one. And as we progress, with 1v1s coming out next season, or on Tuesday rather, there might be some room for me to, depending if you can create your own lobby or find a way that we can queue up at the same time, have some one-on-one coaching there. But if we can't, then we could obviously just do the firing range. Jimmers, this is you? Alright, I'm already up. I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Bones, I'll be on all day. All night.
Let's not finish quickly. Where's the fun in that?
Another chance to train. Good. We don't want to get rusty.
Alright. What's up, Carrots? Good, how you doing, bro? Nah, Troll, I think I'm just going to spectate. I don't think I'm going to play. I didn't like that too much. What's up, Brett?
What's up, bro?
Alright, I'm going to kill myself. Land wherever you feel comfortable with. I'm on NA West Coast land, so if you guys are EU, we can go to. I'll go to EU.
I'm East Coast. Yeah, my ping's high as shit right now.
Okay, yeah, we can change that next game, cause I'm not gonna be playing anyways.
But, yeah.
How do you save money? Don't spend. Live below your means. If you have monthly expenses, let's say $2,000. Don't go beyond that if you can't.
Target landed near me. Bold move. Unfatal. There's no way.
You guys lost in the sauce.
Throwing frag.
Don't overexpose yourself to the middle. Good.
I crushed the entire squad.
In a situation where you're landing high, you never want to loot.
The effort. Taking damage. 1 minute and the ring is close.
Yeah, it's definitely a back out play.
Shields are depleted.
So you played that well. I would have pushed from the back side though, to prevent any angles from the front side.
You mean like the
Yeah.
backside like here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, you got the job
Shields
done.
are depleted. Recharging.
Should I just keep resetting in front and loot a little bit, or?
Do what you think feels best. You probably eventually have to dip out of here,
Shields are depleted.
based on how they're playing. What he's doing is gathering information right now, locating where everybody is. He knows there's a team where he killed the other two, and then a team in the middle. But he has no clue what's going on in front of him to this right side, so you need to respect this a little bit. Which there's a team here.
10 seconds to reach the ring. Found by my Gotham.
I'd wrap around to your back right, up the wall, and see if you can get angles from there, looking inwards. You have a fence to play here, which grants you cover.
Perfect. I'm inside the next ring. Arc star out. I shot the enemy's shield. I'm under fire. This is caught like a rat in a trap. Recharging shield.
New kill leader appointed.
And be careful that overexposing yourself to the team in the middle.
Okay.
Attention. Delivering care
Fuck.
Port out of here as far as you can. You're gonna need to.
Depleted.
They're
Recharging.
chasing you. Port up to Height Bridge.
Alright, it's at 89.
Oh shit, yeah, just keep running them.
Half of the squads are gone.
You have enough space here where you want to keep running.
Come on, heal, heal, heal.
Keep going. Try to get high ground through the middle
Okay.
and see if they keep pushing you from there. Sounds like they are, so take your attention immediately to the left.
I'm under fire. Caught like a rat in a trap. Repairing damages.
Completely out of shields.
Okay. Might have to dip out then. You don't have the loot, you don't have the loot.
A tear to give us an edge.
So when you're looking at that lifeline, it's fine. They're taking a port, I think. You're good. When you were looking at that lifeline, you didn't respect the teammate that was walking up that had an angle on you. So that could have been a play where you chow her right there. You had yourself a window, knowing that the teammate
Just like drop on her?
you could have dropped on her
Gotcha.
and see if you kill her. You could also look down at her as well, but that's something that you don't have a lot of time to do because that dude has an angle on your backside. You stayed there very long, holding that position for like 5+ seconds. That gave the teammate time to shoot you in your back. And then from there, you were able to do 0 damage. But right there, I probably would have jumped down on her.
Okay.
But I know your loot's not the greatest. What up, Mickey?
Using a phoenix kit.
How you been, bro?
Cover me.
And that's just the nature of solo queuing, no filling. You know, you have to be a lot more passive. You saw how I played, as good as I am. There's times where you're gonna have to run away, reposition yourself. You're in a 1v2 every fight you take, so don't be afraid. Remember, come up with these escape plans prior, so you know where to dip out to if shit gets wicked. So look at where they're shooting, from right to left. So someone's might be in front of you, might be towards the ramp. Other team's at the house. You see them right there, so that's where they're at. If you want to push this, you want to push that Sparrow team in the middle. Pinch them, but it looks like they wiped them already.
Let's put you in a bind. Taking fire.
And again, that's just
Like a rat in
honestly a
trap.
dead play. Of course, if you have teammates, you're squatted up, you'll take that fight
Recharging
much more
shields.
aggressively, but nothing you can do.
Yeah, I've never really like just like solo queued by myself. Where I've always had like a teammate, so
Yeah.
I'm really used to like making this kind of plays.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking board on there.
Yep.
Releasing an arc star. Cracked. I'm under fire.
It's okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So that Ash was aggressive because you didn't create enough distance, and so she ports on you and forces you to fight. Unfortunately, again, that's something you can't necessarily control. But with better aim right there, again, that's going to happen to the best of us. She granted you a 1v1. Her teammate wasn't there at all. So even though they pushed stupidly, you had no choice to fight that, but you could have won that easily.
Okay. Can we switch to
Yeah, sorry. What up, Geek? Thank you for the follow, bro. What up, Motorola? I'm coaching anybody and everybody. I'm a 16 times Predator. I don't play ranked anymore. I hit top 66 this season. I stopped playing. I can't play ranked anymore. That was my peak this season. Yeah, there's gonna be situations like that where they aggress you. You have to take into account the legends that they're using. So it's like, as you're running away, I want you to be. It would have been better for you to have rotated on the far right side, inside that. What is it called?
Like a terminal.
Yeah, in terminal. Just knowing that it's Ash. If they want to be stupid, they could port on you, and then you're forced to fight a fight that you're not ready for.
Okay, I gotcha.
But you mentioned you're not used to this. Most people aren't. It's a different game than no fill.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What up, Drip? How you been, bro? What's up, Mickey? What up, Geek? What's up, Zolanius?
But I want to get good at it, man. I mean, I want to be better. I made it to D2 this season, and I want to hit Masters eventually, but I've been playing this for like 4 years.
Would it be your first time hitting Masters when you do?
Yep. Be my first time.
You solo queue, of course, like most people, I'm assuming.
Most people, yeah. I actually just recently found a little like squad, and I think we're gonna grind it next.
After
Where,
what I've seen,
You got a squad, you could be the worst of worst players, bro. You got 3 people, you get the Masters naturally, as long as you play enough.
I gotcha.
But right now,
I
it's
got like a full-time job though. So.
yeah. I hit prep with a full-time job.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you're the GOAT. You know.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you can hit pred with your full-time job, but to hit masters, mathematically, even working 8-9 hours a day, there's plenty of time to hit it.
I gotcha.
I'm gonna go kill myself. What up, Mickey? What up, Jorel? Yeah, I'll play whatever server you guys are on. I'm gonna fall off the map, so I don't need ping. So if you're EU or wherever, that's fine. Well, and why I like the no-fill is because the people that are playing, that I'm coaching, they have no help. So any flaws that they have are going to be highlighted. So it's easy to pick apart their flaws and recognize what their weaknesses are. Because if you have the understanding of this game, solo queuing, as it is for me, would be easy. It all comes down to your positioning, your a perfect balance between knowing when to be passive and when to be aggressive, fighting within pockets or windows of opportunity that either you or the enemy team creates for themselves. Those are all pretty fundamental tips. It's how you go about those things that becomes a bit more complex. But even solo queuing pubs right now, no filling. The tips that I'm giving, the advice that I'm giving, is directly translatable to ranked, even if you're solo queuing or 3-second. Sounds like there's a team here.
45 seconds until close.
Always take height, remember? As you can.
I gotcha.
Work your way from a height. Get a bird's eye view. Should be across this building though. I'll let you figure out where they're at. I already know.
Taking fire. Caught like a rat. Arc star out.
So I'm not going to say much in this fight, remember.
Recharging shield.
Make them make a mistake. Figure out an escape plan if they start to rush you. Make sure you do damage.
10 seconds. Shields are depleted. Recharging. These ties 5. Grenade.
Don't be afraid to reposition yourself consistently. That's fine. This is a play where you probably keep running to the right building.
Recharging shields.
Don't go towards them. It's gonna be hard to cross here, so careful. Utilize cover.
Taking fire. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
At this point, you probably want to continue backing up. Pathfinder's challenging you, so have him drop down. You're gonna have to fight it. They're both here, though.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Arc star out. I'm under.
You would have dumped on her. So, just a general tip. You're getting third party as well. Just a general tip. When that team starts to aggress you and you have no help and you haven't done any damage to them, initially your mind needs to start thinking of, okay, I need to back up and reposition myself. And remember the one tip I always have, especially with you and Ash, when you reposition yourself, find somewhere, another place where you can take height. So, I'll wait. What up, lunch? Tuesdays. Always. What up, Mickey? What up, Schwager?
So you just basically just want to take height anywhere, like even when you're repositioning, you want to.
If you can, when
Okay.
possible, yeah.
Right, like situation.
Because in a situation like that, what I would have done, again, it's a constant ebb and flow of you rotating and repositioning yourself. You have that angle there, you're not really able to do any damage because they're holding head glitches, and then you take a lot of damage. They start to push you. So at that point, I'm repositioning to that right building and working my way up to height from there. The way you rotated allowed that Pathfinder to chow you and her teammate to walk up and both jump down on you. You're in a shitty situation now, but by being on high ground, that forces them to have to grapple on you, to have to take time to climb up on you, and you get to see exactly everything around you and what's transpiring because of your bird's eye view that you have.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you played low ground that entire time, and it made it very difficult for you to even respond to that. And again, you have no help, so you have to play a bit more passive than you probably used
You
to.
are something
Okay.
lesser.
Let me drop off the map. I don't want to mess up your play, but like I said, Always high ground when you can.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's got to be instinctive. As you approach a team or a team is approaching you, find a place you can high ground. What up, Gypto? Anybody? It's just first come, first serve.
Attention. First blood.
Target landed near me. Bold move. And feet.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Perfect.
There
Throwing frag.
are bins up there that you should have looted first to stay on height. Now that Pathfinder's taking height.
Found by my hand.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Good, don't give your back to them too much, so just gather some information. Should be a couple teams here.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Yeah, those 2 bins up there on height, which would have granted you high ground. Instinctively, you just vacate high ground. Now you're in a shitty spot where you have to run away, but you loot those 2 bins up there. Maybe you don't have much, but I stay up there every time. Specifically in this
Gotcha.
POI.
Yeah, I forgot there's up there, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. So I think they just wiped that team already.
Delivering thermite.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. You put yourself in a bad spot without knowing that they're both up there, and that's fine. You were able to get a knock. But naturally, what was the one tip that I gave you guys? 99% of the time, somebody's going to be pushing your flank. You're shooting that guy right in front of you, and you don't see his teammate in that angle while you're fighting him. So you have to assume the game is filled with making assumptions that that person is going to be pushing your flank side. So what you should have done was just sit right on that door, knowing that he's going to come flank you around, reload your gun, gather some more information, and figure out a play from there. But haphazardly, which means just randomly almost, you randomly just push in that building with no cover and force yourself in a 1v1 that you weren't ready for.
I got you. Yeah, I freaked out.
What up, gaming? Anybody? Anybody? But you did it well. I mean, that's as best as it can go. You push up there and, oh shit, there's 2 people. What do I do? You turn around, you get a 1 clip. You have to, and it's difficult. While you're fighting that guy, you still need to process the area around you. And that's elite level of awareness. Because how do I focus on shooting this guy and 1 clipping him while still paying attention where that teammate might be pushing me from? And you do that by obviously listening. But again, to make it even easier for you, 99% of the time, someone's going to push your flank. And that's what that Pathfinder did. So instead of running in that building, utilize your cover that you do have, which would have been to play that door right there.
I gotcha. Okay.
And then you would have seen, oh, he's flanking me? Okay, well, I can wrap around. I can peek that door, chow him a little bit, using that door as my cover still. Different ways I've gone about it. Greetings from Medellin, Colombia. My friend just went to Colombia. Thank you for the 10,000 Colombian pesos. Is that what it is, COP? I just guessed. Thank you, bro. I'm assuming that's Colombian pesos. That's what COP stands for. Alright, this will be last one, so make it a good one. Let me get off of you.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to bounce?
What up, Grace? What up, Stewie? What up, Dom? You're landing hard though, so you know you're making it obviously difficult for yourself.
Right.
But even with landing hot, find a little pocket where you're safe to loot. Might be this building you're in right now, and let everybody else kill each other off while you continue to loot areas that are safe to loot. So you've located the general area, 1 team. Again, always working height, even if it's climbing up this little ass roof. Gets you a better angle. Now you see much more of your area.
I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps. Let's switch to allowing themselves
Underneath
to be
you.
caught.
Underneath you.
Shield cracked.
Careful.
Throwing frag. Taking fire.
Attention.
Hot star out.
Harvesters are online.
So that's hard. Obviously, it's hard to respond to somebody brain dead pushing you. You also were so tunnel vision on that team in front of you. You failed to recognize the guy that was right below you. And this is a bit more of an expert level tip. But when you recognize somebody forcing a fight like that, and it's a Horizon who's taking your height, instinctively, as I'm always saying, you want to play cover. So you hug that wall.
Now, time for an upgrade.
But by hugging that wall and kissing that wall so hard as you did, you don't have an angle on that Horizon. You allow that Horizon to take all that space above you. That's a position where you want to back up from that cover so that you can get a better angle without that Horizon walking directly over you and be able to do damage before she pushes closer to you. Again, that's hard though, because it's counterintuitive. Why would I want to vacate cover right there? Well, in that particular situation, by hugging that wall, you allow her all that space to walk up directly above you and shoot downwards at you. And it's hard to shoot a guy upwards like that. And if you hit that longbow shot, you probably kill him. But it's a difficult.
Yeah, if I wasn't bad.
Not even that, but if you back out from there, again, it's counterintuitive. But if you back out, you increase your line of sight on her, so you're able to shoot her before she's able to close so much distance on you.
I gotcha. Okay.
Give me one more and don't land hot.
Enemy here.
Give me one more and don't land hot. Like I said, I don't recommend landing hot for anybody because it's going to be too complicated. We don't get a full game's worth of analysis. He's getting swung right now, but he's so tunnel vision. That's the hardest part of this game, chat. 99% of people, even pro players, will get tunnel vision on one particular thing and completely lose the immersion, their immersion of their surroundings. As that guy's fighting that guy, I'm hearing this guy pushing him. He's done enough damage to that guy to put him out of the fight, so he needs to turn and take his attention to the person that's flanking him. But he so focused on that one guy, he vacates that flank side, and he gets walked up on for free. And that's difficult. Like I said, there's nothing that I could really, there's no advice that I can give to improving awareness like that. It's just to be cognizant of your surroundings. Even when you're focused on shooting at somebody, you still need to be listening to what's going on around you. Shit, there are times where I'm one-clipping someone, so obviously my attention is there. But in my peripheries, I use my peripheries to still survey the area behind them while I'm shooting. That's high-level awareness right there. What up, Amanda Pete?
Clear your mind. Let nothing
Amanda,
distract
please.
you.
What up, Dom Days?
Should I just land like cold, or
If you need it,
do you want me to land like
anything for my
outside of a somewhat hot area, or?
Land whatever you feel comfortable with, but like I said, just don't land in the center of hot. Like I was doing today. When I solo queue, I'll land hot. But I'm landing in a spot where there's nobody around me and let everybody else. But in somewhere like a States where you keep going, everything's so close together you don't really have that freedom. So if you're going to land far away from a States, it'd be something like right here. Don't do that. Go somewhere else. Give us a different look. But you'll notice even when I solo queue no fill, I'm not playing like I'd play when I have a duo or a trio, which is just straight in the center of hot. Of heat.
Okay, I gotcha.
You have no help, so you have to take that into consideration. Normal audio, Zach. Good, Amanda. How are you and Crazy? And I noticed when you leap, like in that fight with that Horizon, you're leaping, but you're still shooting while you're leaping. You're going to miss everything. So by the time you're done, like in that situation, you had no more flatline ammo. Now you got to go take a 1v1 with low health with a longbow, which is all precision, you know. And then with a gun like the longbow, knowing that I can only tap once and I have to have 100% accuracy, you get in your head a little bit. And so I saw you get nervous and panic a little bit with your shots. Dashing is fine, but don't shoot midair. You very rarely ever want to shoot midair. You're just wasting your bullets so that when you come back to ground, you got no bullets left. And you end up in a situation like that. But if you know, you're using your abilities as needed. Dash away, make yourself harder to hit, but then gather yourself and then shoot.
1 minute and the ring is close.
And you probably would have been able to kill her right there.
I gotcha.
45 seconds until close.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Focus. Plan. Move. 30 seconds. Ten seconds.
What, Dash? How you doing? Good to see you again. You loot these bins?
Nope.
So, you know, obviously someone's here.
Yep.
I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps.
Where are they at?
Right below me, it sounds like.
Yep. So you know you have an angle there. I'll probably look to see if I can find anything. See how they're playing. Nothing, so I want to take height now. Because I hear them pushing towards you. And then play from here. To your right.
Being delivered.
Don't look there. Look to your right, to your right, to your right, to your right.
This caught.
Standing still on the ramp.
In a
Oh
trap.
yeah, I see, I see.
Recharging shields.
Good damage. Just stay here.
I have leveled up.
Don't panic.
Now, which skill to hone?
Right is your biggest threat.
Upgrade has been
That's the rest of the POI right there. So you want to focus there first.
Fire.
You've located both of them now. And that's the third party, of course. You still don't even have to vacate yet.
Okay.
Work on being patient and maintaining your composure.
Half of the squads have proven it. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
So you're overextending yourself right now. Too long. Too long.
Shields are depleted.
In that time right there, I already located that team to the left and right. So you're staring at only what's in front of you, but you have to use your peripheries as well.
I gotcha.
So where are these teams at? Generally.
Fighting like towards. Oh, I see. No.
And now you have exact confirmation.
Throwing frag. Climbing.
It's a good nade.
Like a rat in a trap. Throwing frag.
Patient. You're good. Other team just revived.
Releasing an arc star. Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught. These ties bind.
Nothing you can really do except be patient. And wait for them to fight. You're doing well. Now you want to start walking up as they get a knock. Try to focus a strong team, which is the team on the right. Should be a 1v1. He just knocked him.
Time to bind you.
He just killed him. Good.
Shield
Good.
cracked. I crushed the entire
Now, obviously,
squad.
I had to assist you right there because to be aware of everything when all that clusterfuck is going on is difficult. But instinctively, it seemed like you kind of already knew to push forward. But there are indicators that told me that this is a must push now with that. So remember always, if you can, this is elite level awareness too. Focus a strong team.
Okay.
Generally speaking, you can pay attention to the kill feed and know who's knocked who. But generally speaking, you see two people rushing towards somebody, that usually tells you that's the strong team, and the other team is on their back, with their backs against the ropes. So that Costa team was the strong team. But as that Ash pushed down towards the solo, that solo got a knock. So now it was a 1v1. I like that you weren't too patient. Right there, you needed to be impatient. You needed to be aggressive. Once you recognize that everybody's killed each other, it's a 1v1. He's semi-weak, assumingly, because you're third-partying. It's time for me to go and push this. And so you didn't waste time.
Yep.
Yesterday we saw somebody push a third party, but they sat there in ADS and walked towards it the entire time. Allow that person to armor swap and hide behind a knockdown shield, but your aggression right there was key.
I was a little nervous. I mean, in my stomach, I knew I should push, but
Yeah.
I didn't want to fuck up.
Additional supplies here.
Most of the time, your intuition is always right.
Okay, I gotcha.
And it's better to err on the side of your intuition, Because your intuition is going to tell you, okay, this is a must push, or this is a little scary. It's better to trust that and play safe, as opposed to playing against your intuition, I guess.
Round
Gotcha.
2. Ring countdown.
Perfect.
There's so many times where I'm like, this sounds like somebody's behind me. And I'm like, ah, nah. And then they end up coming from behind me and shoot me in my back. So just trust yourself.
They stand in the way of my
Okay.
rightful victory. Replicator dropping.
How many squads alive?
Just me and 2 others.
Yep. And so when you're pushing towards the edge of the zone like this, with a lot of real estate in front of you, you might have to assume that someone might be pushing from this area. Because this is the rest of the map right here.
Gotcha.
And so knowing that when he's rotating downwards towards the rest of the real estate, you have to assume that someone's going to be here.
Got them. Cutting a phase tear.
I agree. This is where you continue running. It's a ballistic and all with purple armor. He gathered that information in 0.2 seconds. You have enough distance to be healing right now, so. What a beggar.
I'm under fire. Bound by my hand.
Remember to maintain space. You don't know if it's a solo or a duo. So keep maintaining space as they aggress.
Frag out.
Just take this port. Just take this port. Just take this port. Let's get out of here. You're going to be in zone probably. So start rotating inwards.
Okay.
With them both aggressing you like that and you not being in the greatest position, not much you can do. Hopefully you have heals. But you staying there and the other guy pushing the other angle, you're probably just dead either way. Again, remember, have these escape plans in mind beforehand.
Gotcha.
Even if it's something that puts you in a situation like this, you know, at least you're not dead. It's hard. Again, it's a perfect mixture of being aggressive and passive. They're aping you, so you have to continue without having done any damage,
Shield out.
without even locating the other guy, knowing what legend it is.
One squad left.
You want to keep maintaining that distance. But now you're in a true 1v2. And he's got 7 kills. That makes a lot of people nervous sometimes. What up, Rizlik? Anybody can. Subrick. So obviously not the greatest position to be in. But you didn't do a good enough job of maintaining that separation, which allowed them to push you quickly.
Repairing damages.
So naturally, where is this team going to be? Generally, somewhere in front of you. So as you exit this zone, your attention needs to be in front of you and survey the area accordingly.
Repairing damages.
And when it's a true 1v2 like this and there's nobody else, no third parties, this is when I play super passive. You know, this is where I try to find them if I can. I'm looking to the right as well to see the POI if they're over there. Probably pushing that way based on where zone's at. This would be a safer push. The reason being is you could walk through and play some high ground while still being in zone, but they're probably in that general area.
Come on, heal, heal, heal.
What up, sugars?
Good. 1 minute and minimal distance to cover.
Should hear footsteps.
Yep.
45 seconds until close.
Good. Keep on maintaining that separation.
Focus. Plan. Move. 30 seconds. A tear to give us an edge.
Keep rotating. In the back of your mind, you want to assume that they might be pushing you this way so that you're ready, but you're gonna have to rotate in 10 seconds. It sounds like they just took it. Good.
Just keep rotating.
Stay on height right here. Remember, always go to your nearest height if you can and look that way.
Warning.
Not so fast.
Honestly, it might just be a 1B. Don't take my word for it.
Frag.
Package being delivered.
Shield
Okay,
cracked. Shields are
you're good. Heal up.
Recharging.
Listen for your area. Don't hear anything. You might want to try and thirst when you can. Look to the far right. You don't see her here, so look to the far right. That's where she is, naturally. Don't die for that thirst. Purple armored or purple shield. Take the 1B. Keep your attention and focus that way. You know where she's at.
Sending an arc star.
Okay.
Don't let him res, though. Okay, so you spotted her. This is a push. But play cover on this front side right here. She's gonna use the knockdown. Careful.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Our first win and our first 1v2. Now remember the situation I told you earlier with that Horizon challenge you to increase your LOS, your line of sight. That she's got no cover up there. So instead of playing directly underneath her, that's where you want to back up a bit.
Ex-champions.
Okay.
By backing up and vacating cover, you're going to get a direct LOS on her. You have this significant health advantage over her, so you could play a bit more aggressive. Obviously, climbing up like that is going to be much more difficult, which it worked out because she was so weak. But by just backing up even a little bit, that would have granted you an LOS. What is that going to do? You either kill her or she's going to drop off. And then from there, you play accordingly. But, I mean, our first 1v2 and our first dub so far.
I can, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
GGs,
good.
dude.
You did good at the end right there. Who the hell? What's up, bro? GG's.
GG's,
Jin. GG's. It was a good dub. Who are you?
Oh, I was
In the chat.
no
In the
shirts,
chat.
no shirts friend, I guess.
No shirts. On YouTube or Twitch?
Oh, in the chat.
You watch me on Twitch or YouTube?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I was no shirts friend.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're his friend.
Or
The
not
guy
friend.
that I just played with. Oh, you're okay.
Yeah.
Are you trying to be coach or are you trying to? You were just trying to play with him. Because we're
I was
coaching
trying
right
to run whatever. Yeah, no, it didn't matter.
now. Okay. Oh, GG's. Who's next? No need to go in Discord. We're just gonna stay in game chat. I was wondering. I was like, he's like, no, I don't watch you. I was like, hold on. What the fuck you mean you don't watch me? He saw him squatted up with Scrappy. He's like, oh yes. Let's play rank. Let's do Doomerin. What's up, bro? You got a mic? There we go. What's your Twitch name?
Oh, I'm on YouTube.
What's your YouTube name?
Eric?
Eric, just Eric?
Yeah.
How you doing, Eric?
Good, how are you?
Chilling, killing. A master, anybody can. Master Prez, anybody, bro. Anybody. I'm taking anybody. Anybody that wants it can get it. What about Alpha Rage? It's just first come, first serve. All you have to do is just chill here and wait your turn patiently. We're going to get a list
Okay.
going, but no need. It can be a little hard with you on console and PC lobby, so just be wary.
Oh, I'm used to it. My friends play PC.
Okay, good. So what's one area that you think you can improve on?
Probably movement and
Moving in.
when Can't think. Like how to rotate when I play ranked and stuff like that.
Okay. Going over mechanics is not impossible in game, but it's difficult. So if I notice that you're strafing bad or moving weird, it's something we can follow up on. But I think that's something we could definitely focus on when we start doing 1v1s next week.
Less than perfection. Anything that gets in my way.
I don't know how to mantle jump, bro. I don't know how to do anything. I'm not itching my sack, bro.
Take care when you approach.
Hit my dog.
I'm in a class of my own.
Santa Claus, think of all you do. Alright, kill myself. Land wherever you feel competent.
Power grid.
Gaming, I'm not sure if I do. If I don't, you can add me. I Scrappy.
Yeah, I added you a while back. One team.
Hey, so you obviously don't want to land on them, so figure out where they're going. Land opposite.
Target landed near me. Bold move. And fatal.
Attention. First blood.
I'm under fire.
Nice.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Countdown.
Shield cracked.
Only tip I can give for the flatline, the hip fire is so god awful. You have a 1v1 right there. Don't even bother hip firing. That's something you ADS spam, so you hip fire and aim or whatever, but hip firing with that gun is so god awful, specifically with that gun.
It used to be really good. And,
Used to. Then they nerfed the shit out of the hip fire.
Completely garbage.
So obviously, you know, you
R9.
yeah, well, Arna is a good choice, yeah. We'll get to it in a second.
Evo harvesters
Yeah, Santa Claus.
are online.
Approachable, thank you for that follow, bro. How you doing? Obviously, in a situation like that, they push you immediately because you didn't land with enough space, and you obviously didn't have a gun
I was
too.
trying to land on height and then fell off, so I just tried to hurry up and move.
I was gonna tell you, but the ballistic was flanking you underneath, so you did have that 1v1 right there, which is good that you took it. But obviously, the shots just have to follow, and the hip fire is rough for that gun.
And he had a mastiff, so it was kind of hard to
Yeah.
double chow with.
But it was winnable, and if you kill him there,
Mastiff.
if you kill him there with the ballistic underneath you, flanking you, it could have been in position
I
1v2.
would play the door and
Mhm.
probably
Introducing your
try to
champion.
heal if possible or try to run.
Get your hands dirty.
Yeah, it's good that you already had a plan in mind. Just know that by playing on the door, on the side that you knocked that guy on, he could easily open it inwards. And so it's kind of a
Oh no,
bad.
I was talking about if I knocked him there, I was gonna go play backwards. Play on. So I knocked him, go down this. You know where the stairs is?
Play that side.
That
Yeah, that's
door.
good.
Yeah.
That's good that you have that.
Yeah,
Yeah, keep thinking ahead like that. That's good. Not a lot of people can do that. I'm gonna go pee, so maybe land far and don't die. I could wait. I could wait. Tuesday, Nebula.
No, just,
No, I'm good. I'll wait. I'll wait. Yeah, it's like a R5 game mode or something, like 1v1s. I don't know how it's going to play out, if it's going to be similar to that, but
hopefully it's actually good.
yeah, hopefully. Alright, while you're over here, I'll loot, or go to the bathroom real quick.
Nobody's here.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps. One minute and the ring is close. Perfect.
New kill.
45 seconds until the ring closes.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
Alright. Stop saying anything at fault.
10 seconds.
Are you planning on going back to number one with Loba, or?
Nah. We'll see. If I do play, I'll play pub, so I'll have an opportunity to.
Ring movement in progress.
But of
That
course,
would be fun to watch.
yeah, I'd have to come back from a lot of kills, though.
Yeah.
What up, Crips? He'll be done in a couple games, and whoever's next, first come, first serve at that point. I don't have the time to do that, bro. Hell no.
Half of the squads are gone.
Delivering care package.
R301.
Would have said no, unless you want me to. Yeah, shotgun. Just make sure you're here when he's done. We'll see who goes then. What up, Catboy? I'd love to.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
You said you struggle with rotations and ranked. You know, say you landed there with a squad and nobody pushes you. And you got to work your way into this exact zone right here. Always rotate through the perimeter and push
Like
POIs. Not even that far, but just push POIs that are close to the perimeter. So like right now, I go to grow towers, loot that, see
That's what I was
what's going
thinking.
around. You already had the right mind, the right playing mind. Wouldn't waste that. No need.
I don't think nobody's with her. It looks like it.
Yep. Well, dude, I told him to go far because I had to go to the bathroom. I don't recommend landing hot though. Most people will drown, but landing close to hot is also equally just as good. Obviously, we don't get to see much, but I had to go to the bathroom.
I was watching your stream earlier, and I finally dropped a 20 bomb with Bangalore, so that was kind of...
Oh, nice. Today?
Yeah.
So you hear people fire, and I want to see you go towards them, wherever that was. Sound like it's towards energy. What up, Fitz? I think I'm gonna follow.
I thought it was Gardens.
It'll be Energy Depot, based on where the shots are coming from. But I would check Gardens as I push, you know, make sure nobody's coming towards there, from there. But naturally, with the people fighting right there, that's probably Gardens that rotated downwards towards Energy. So that's all you need to do. Nobody in there. Yeah. I want you to push. I want you to push that team fighting though. You've already determined that nobody's here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna go at the R1 one real quick.
Okay. And get comfortable with whatever you need.
I now have an enhanced weapon.
Energy Depot.
Dom, it's actually all preference. Usually I'll keep the better mag on my long range, because that's what you're going to be prioritizing initially. Sometimes I'll even swap it as I push. But him having the blue mag on the R3 is what I would do. Right on you, to your left. Just jumped right on you, to your left. Very close to you, yep. Right next to you.
Follow me.
I'll let you figure out where he's at.
I've leveled up. Time to perfect a skill. An upgrade has been selected. This will bind them.
Push them.
Caught with no way out.
They portaled him out.
Throwing frag.
And you have a team to your left, so play however you feel comfortable.
Caught. Like a... I'm under fire. Replicator incoming.
You got your kill, so that's good. You notice that this team is fighting Energy Depot the whole time, but you initially start looking right. That's not your immediate threat. Based on the sounds around you, you needed to take your attention forward, and you would have seen that Sparrow look like way earlier.
Play right here, but I don't want to overkill.
Good. Looks like they got pushed, so that's where you want to walk up. Don't be too scared. You know, you can sprint at them, but just play cover. You know where they're at, general location, so play accordingly.
Alright, I think there's 3 teams here now, because the Lifeline team, they didn't have a Lifeline.
Time to bind you.
I'm going to play over here.
This location interests me.
Alright, 2 at least. Pathfinder.
Good. One more to the left. That's where you want to aggress. You want to aggress them. Not that hard. That's another team.
Use it.
They portaled out to wherever they portaled out to. Whatever.
Focus. Plan. Move. 30 seconds.
With your dash ability, you know, that's not something you necessarily want to even ult on. Definitely want to save that.
I was trying to get height on that building over there.
Mm-hmm.
And
But with
then I
one,
just realized there was a guy who... This one?
Going there. Come on, there's only 10 seconds.
you vacated all cover right there. You recognize that they zipped on you a little too late, but at that point they're already pre-positioned looking at you.
I thought it was a team taking the zip. That's why I pushed over there.
And they did, yeah, they did take a zip, just a different zip.
Yeah, it was just his zip line.
And so in a situation like that where you have 0 hope, it'd be different if you had teammates. But like the situation right there where they're both full health, they just reset. This was the team that you knocked and ported away.
Yeah.
You overextended by challenging that Pathfinder right there. That's pretty much like you could shoot him a little bit, but you got to dip out. Did he portal or not? So I like your aggression on the third party. That was good. But it's even your portal play right there. I understand that you wanted to get aggressive on that team, but the distance was so close. The dash would have taken you far enough, and now you didn't have a portal to save yourself. What up, Rel? How you been? Yeah, I could coach 2 people at the same time if there were 2 people that wanted to go together. You guys would 2v3
I was
everything.
trying to get on the top of the building where I didn't know there was a guy there, so if I did that, I would have died anyways.
Mm-hmm.
There's a spot over there. It was one of the... trying to get height so I could third party to the Lifeline team.
Mm. But with the one already knocked, I don't know if you saw that guy walk up the stairs and walk back down. That portal play was unnecessary. It would have been quicker.
Yeah.
With you wanting to go to that height, even if that team wasn't there, it would have wasted a lot of time. They're already portaling away, so that's something you want to try to push as quick as you can because they're playing altar. And if they dip out, they dip out. But at least you have your portal still.
That is true.
Now, if you knock that dude from super far away, obviously a port play might be better, but...
Yeah.
Zelenius, if you could find somebody. Yeah.
Are you landing with me? Waiting.
What up, Pops? What up, Lovey? Yeah, a recurring theme for everybody is their lack of awareness, general awareness when a lot of things are going on. Initially, when you hear that zip line, as he did, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, that's what
that they were taking the already zip, the already placed zip there, but just 1 second later, I already realized they took a different zip.
I now have an enhanced weapon.
And while they already pushed you, you were still looking at the other zip.
Yeah. Might go push Fight Night.
Alright. How you doing, Lovely? So skinny.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I'll just have you a thing to follow.
1 minute and the ring is close.
That gave me that. I was gonna do it yesterday too, but my power was out all night, so I did it the day before. I'll continue to do it for as long as people want it. We'll do plenty more tonight. I'm doing an IRL stream tomorrow.
Attention.
So they're fighting there. Here, wingman. They already got a knock. Is that Tex guy, and they just wiped. Make sure you're paying attention to kill feeds as well and the sounds around you.
Yeah.
Focus. Plan.
There was multiple teams here, whereas nobody.
New kill leader appointed.
Think they're still infinite?
10 seconds to reach the ring.
Sounds like they're to your bottom left. It sounds like they're wrapping right now, the ramp as well.
They just
Half of the squads have
were
proven
so high.
inadequate.
That R301. Newcastle? Yeah. I'm gonna go wrap, take the stairs. He's probably going this way.
No, he was still there.
Plus, I'm just freaking blind.
Being delivered.
He's currently resin right in front of you. Still two teams.
Frag out.
Yeah. Full blind. Running through.
I shattered an enemy's shield. Not so fast. One less enemy. Recharging shields.
I think one's below.
Bottom left, outside.
Like, over here?
No, where you were. And now there's a team inside, right in front of you.
Like here?
We'll be well positioned here.
What headphones do you have?
I'm not wearing any.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Do you have headphones?
I think so. I'm not sure.
You need to be playing with headphones. You can't be playing with TV audio. Because everything right there, you should have heard everything, but I know that you're not using headphones because you heard nothing. If you have headphones, bro, you buy $20 headphones if you ain't got the money for it, bro. You need headphones. Like, it's mandatory.
Yeah, I have this.
Got headphones, bro. I don't care if they're skull candies, bro. You put that shit in.
I had the ones you have on.
It's just something that, you know, you're making your life harder, obviously.
I think I have the same ones you have on.
Steel Series?
Yeah.
Yeah, put them bitches on. Why would we TV audio is very difficult to play with TV audio. And you're focusing much more on what you can see as opposed to what you can hear because you know damn well you can't hear anything. And so that's fine to play that way, but you need to be much more aware of everything. And that's harder just to rely only on visual. The guy initially that you were worried about, the solo, was here bottom left outside. And then as you were too focused on him, this team was pushing inside. Requeue?
My bad. I thought I did.
You're good.
Here we go.
Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear a lot, yeah. You can tell this guy's MK how bad his movement is. You know, only MK player would use a 2 times wingman and a 2 times R3. Don't do that. MK or not. Don't do that. Really dope. I'm not sure. We'll see. As soon as he's done, when we say goodbye, it's first come, first serve. Whoever adds me and tells me in chat who they are. You got a mute button on your mic?
That little voice holding you back.
That's better. You can stay muted, but if you have something to say, obviously feel free to unmute. But it was a lot of static noise. What up, Nacho? No, I don't do pro teams, but I'll coach anybody for free right now. Alright, time to nerf my KD. I just started doing this, Nacho. I've always given out free tips on YouTube or TikTok, but never individual. It's obviously a bit more laid back because it's free. And on a time constraint, you know, it's not dedicated like 2 hours or something. We do a few games, give some tips. Obviously, you'll need to watch me give tips to other people and learn through them, since there's limited time with each person. And then we'll continue to keep coaching you guys as we go through everybody at least once. I Scrappy. And no need for Discord. We're just gonna open mic.
I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps. This weapon is enhanced.
Wasn't that a heavy mag over there? I'm tweaking. Those bins that you just looted? The ones behind you? Along the wall right there?
Evo harvesters are now
Could be tweaking. Nah, it's just AB. My fault. Alright, go get active with these people fighting at Hammond. So you know that they're in this general area. Take some time to gather some information. Now you have the information, so play accordingly. However you feel comfortable. I always do say take height.
I'm inside the next ring.
But it's unnecessary here because you know their whereabouts.
Half of the squads have proven inadequate.
So now, with that information, it's a Sparrow and Loba. Both aggressive players that can take height, so again, play accordingly.
They're below, right?
No. Look up and to the right and stay on height. They're 2 height legends.
Recharging shields. Fine.
Okay, mute yourself. Since your mic's loud. So, I helped you with letting you know what legends they were using. But the game gave you enough information based on the low bolts and based on that Sparrow Q. And then you also heard the Sparrow jump up as well. So, this is a double movement team. You're on high ground. It might be hard to hear, even with those headphones, it seems like, because you thought they were directly underneath you. But with that information that I gave you and the information that the game gave you, two double movement legends, you have to assume that naturally they're going to take that position high ground, as most people do. And so your attention needed to be towards that right side, towards the rest of the height, instead of on the ground where you were at. You would have been much better positioned to fight that Loba in one clipper as she pushed down stupidly in the wide open. But because you weren't ready for that, you're too busy looking low ground, trying to figure out where they were. Ended up screwing you a little bit. And then with that Loba, you shit on her with that grenade. She was literally 1 HP, but you were so weak after you popped that med kit. That's something where you just, once you see them both pushing you on that doorway, you could chow that door earlier and close the door, but you need to create more space as they close that gap. You know, you have no help. And so to position yourself right there, again, you're just forced to fight, and inevitably you were going to die.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you might have issues with the audio on the headset as well. And of course the audio without the headset. Re-queue would do one more. I want to see a full game if possible. Now, he has mic audio through TV speakers. He has probably a PlayStation setting or Xbox setting, huh? Where he's hearing the audio, because I hear everything that's going on. What Orlando? No, gaming doesn't matter. But even for the rest of the chat, you know, he had his back against the ropes the entire time there, but he bought himself a lot of time by throwing that arc start, which hurt that low, but she was literally 1 HP. And so he backs up perfectly to that door. This is just for the rest of the chat.
Nothing down there scares me.
With how quickly the Loba pushed, that's enough information for you to know that she only popped the battery. So, with blue armor, which you know because not only does it show it when the arc star hit, but when he chowed her earlier, she had blue armor. So at most, with how weak her flesh health was, she was probably about 80 HP. And by the time that he popped that med kit and he was on the door, it's okay to open that door and chow them right there, knowing that you only have probably a 1 second window to do some damage. But any damage is good damage right there as they're flushing you out. But again, the key to solo queuing and in general when you're being aggressive is to maintain that distance between you and your team, especially when they're that aggressive and you're that weak. And again, that's something that we don't see a lot of people understanding. And again, it's simple when I reduce it to that, but it's very complex to know, okay, when do I get passive, when do I get aggressive? Generally speaking, when you have two people aping you from the same angle, and you're weak, and your back's against the rope, you have no choice but to keep maintaining that distance, especially when you're solo. The shots could have been better on the Loba, that could have been a one clip, but he's too busy looking downwards. He didn't make that assumption that, okay, with this team having Sparrow and Loba, naturally, this team is going to be more inclined to take high ground. So my attention needed to be
Time to move.
towards the rest of that roof that I'm looking at. And then I could listen with my ears if they decide to push underneath me. But I don't need my attention down at the ground beneath me. I need my attention where my immediate threat would be, which is on the high ground with me. Even if they had two non-movement legends, you know, most people are going to take high ground. Considering that they know that you're on high ground as well, they're going to be inclined to push you whether they have movement or not.
To execute.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
We're on their servers, whatever server he's on. but he's having some audio issues. And the biggest tip that I give a lot of people when they struggle a lot, I'll ask them, what's your setup? Oh, I play on a 55-inch TV. I play with TV audio. I play with some wrangly dangly headphones. Get better equipment. You'll be better naturally.
Pitiful, allowing themselves to be caught. Recharging shields.
So right there, you know there's a team there, but you position yourself in the worst spot possible. And instead of aping towards that guy, it would have been much better for you to have been patient, played on the roof behind you, figured out exactly where they were at. But when you push in like that, when you int a team that you don't know if it's a solo or a duo, you put yourself in a fight where now you have to fight. And now you're more than likely dead. You were a bit too aggressive right there. And then also using your only dash as you pushed him prevented you from being able to escape. Now you have to wait 10 more seconds for your next one. You did little to no information gathering right there. There are still 3 teams here as well, so that makes that push even worse. So don't be afraid to take 5-10 seconds to gather information. Just because you hear a team there doesn't mean you should start pushing. You need to be more aware of your surroundings around you and then figure out, okay, I can push this, I could push that. He's not even in the game, he already backed out, but that's for the rest of everybody as well. No, I don't want to yell. I don't want to yell at all. Alright, GG's, bro. He's probably a little mad at himself. Who's next? Who's next? If you tell me in the chat, alright, I added you. This is my name. You'll be next. You see a lot of guys, you know, they'll just push so far into a fight. And now you are forced to fight that. But again, what I keep having to instruct everybody to do, be patient. You're pushing a POI that you know that there are multiple teams fighting at. You don't know how many, but you hear people shooting at each other. So you know it's especially important for you to find, of course, a position of high ground. It might not have been that middle height that he was going towards, but it might have been that building right behind him where he climbs up there, and he would have had a direct LOS on that Bangalore that climbed up. But they've been able to do damage there and then play accordingly. But by utilizing your dash, your only dash because you have blue armor, you're forcing that fight. You miss all your shots on that Bangalore. I don't recommend, again, please, with all these ash mains that I see, if you're going to dash towards the enemy, if it's perpendicular to them and you're not close in the distance, stop shooting. Your hip fire is not going to hit. When you have an enemy in front of you and you're dashing perpendicular to them across their screen, you're going to miss all your shots. Again, by the time you land, they do damage. Now you got to reload your gun or swap your weapons. If you're going to dash into them, then that's okay to shoot midair as you're dashing into them because you're closing that distance so the hip fire will be more accurate there. But I see a lot of people dashing left and right and just spraying their gun randomly, hip firing. You're going to miss all your shots. By the time you land, because they're stationary, they're going to hit some shots on you, and now you have to reload your gun or swap your weapon. And now you've used your only dash as well, so now you have no escape plan. You've positioned yourself in between that team and also the other team that's right there to your left, so that's 100% death rate right there. Now what I would have done differently is I recognize, okay, there's only one guy in front of me, and he's on high right here. But I do hear teams to the left, so I don't want to completely overexpose myself like he did there by dashing into him. I want to hold that head glitch right on that staircase. You want to utilize that cover so you have a fallback plan to prevent damage taken. Right there, if you stood at the top of that staircase, you kind of naturally grant yourself a head glitch, do damage on that Bangalore, perhaps even kill her because you had zero movement involved into her strafe, and then play accordingly from there. But you see a lot of people don't think with steps ahead like that. They just kind of push, and when you keep pushing without any forethought, you end up putting yourself in a position where you can't get out of it, and that's what we see a lot of people do. Who was first? And let me go back in the screen or in the chat real quick. I know a lot of you guys added, but like I said, it's first come first serve. So by the time we leave, whoever's first, and they've already added me, Fitz, yeah, Fitz was already here. Oh shit. I think I just deleted somebody. That's how it's gonna be. As soon as we finish, I could make a list, but that's just too much. Maybe it's not too much, but I could make a list. I can go in that order, but we'll see a lot of the times people will wait. Okay, I'm third in line, and then they're nowhere there. I've done stuff like this before, and they were nowhere there, so it's just a waste of time at that point. This is quicker. What's up, bro? I'm gonna go pee again. Make an Excel spreadsheet? I'll just make a Google Doc. If you guys want me to get names down, I can. But like I said, you better make sure you be here, because I'm only wait like a minute before you get skipped.
Appreciate you taking the time, big dog.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. No worries. What I'll do right now is I'll go in the order of the last sequence of requests. So give me a second. So obviously we have Fitz. Next would be Julito in this order. Make sure you guys have me added. I Scrappy. I could do 2 people. That's up to the person I'm coaching though. Who's after Fitz? I'm looking in line right now. What up, Techo? You don't have to apologize. Force you'd be next. Forces. After them would be Shotgun Todd on YouTube. After Shotgun Todd, let's see. It's open to anybody. No, there's only no. It's I Scrappy. There's only one. It's not Little Scrappy. Crips would be next, so that's 4th. Exactly, Dash. But you see, a lot of Ash mains don't know how to handle all that movement, and so instinctively, naturally, they'll just dash haphazardly, and it ruins their shots because while they're dashing, they're shooting midair, and that's only appropriate for you to do that if that guy is super one and you're just praying a bullet hits, or if you're dashing towards them. But in an initial chow, and you're dashing away from them or across their screen, you're hip firing while you're dashing, you're missing all your shots. It's the same concept as if you landing on someone. You're jumping down, you see so many people shoot midair, your bullets aren't going to fucking hit anything. By the time you land on the ground, guess what? Their mag might be fully reloaded. You got to switch your gun or shoot 10 bullets, and a lot of times people die in that regard.
Nothing phases me.
What up, King?
Stay close.
Scorpion would be 5th. Gaming would be 6th. That's URT. Do PC games affect the outcomes of the games of console players? Yes and no. Could be Santa Claus next. Santa. You kidding? He's good? Caffeine, natural diuretic. Oh shit. Land wherever. Sorry. Oh shit, don't die. I'm on storm point, so I can't really kill myself easily. I wasn't paying attention. I gotta fly far. Sorry, I was making a list. Wasn't sure you heard.
Taking fire. I cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Try to play your life here.
Don't drive in position.
I know it's only one.
Okay. Just let me be able to spectate you at least.
Charging my shield.
I mean, kill him if you can, like if he's pushing you.
Right, yeah, for sure. Sure.
I gotta fly so far.
You're spread out a lot. Watch
Alright,
your
I'll be
paths on
dead
the
soon.
map.
Take your time.
Alright, I'm spectating. So he's got a good position on high ground already. Great. General map awareness, not really places you can climb up here.
I've got 45 seconds. I could probably grab a few more things.
Attention. Evo harvesters are online.
There's no preferential treatment gaming. Techo would be next. After
30
that.
seconds to be somewhere else.
Good.
Unlucky.
Tossing thermite. 10 seconds to get to the ring.
Gotta know when to hold 'em. Know when to fold 'em.
Warning. Ring closing.
So I noticed your strafing was almost circular. Focus on more left to right as opposed to that circular motion.
Bird.
It'd be easier for recoil smoothing. Would have killed that wraith. But your circular strafes, it's just difficult to aim like that. Also, didn't need to run necessarily. And when you're looking down at them, you're good.
You're
But
right,
when they're pushing towards you. They're gonna be right in front of you.
Jump drive set. They're shooting at me. Shield.
Stay here. Stay. Heal.
Lord.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Jump drive in position. Here's the champion. Well, won't say it again.
Unlucky.
Okay.
I was trying to do a shield swap with you, right? I probably should have healed before going for the shield swap.
So when you're actively in that fight, you maintain that cover well, and you knew that this Pathfinder was holding a far angle on you because he was shooting at you, right? So you knew that you needed to stay behind that rock.
Correct.
But in a game fast-paced like this, hold on.
Yep.
In a game, oh shit, I won't be able to hear you. I don't think. Just listen though. I can't hear you. But so in your position right there, you play that rock perfectly. That rate's aping you. You don't really have the most health, but enough to win that one. Instinctively, based on the knowledge that you have with the Pathfinder's whereabouts and him holding a far angle, which you behind that rock means that he no longer has an angle on you, you need to prioritize healing right there. You can't run anywhere else. Even if you get that thirst and get that armor swap based on where that wraith crawled to, you have to vacate that cover. That Pathfinder would have had an angle on you as well. Instinctively, as you're fighting that guy, you have to remember, okay, this Pathfinder's over there. I just killed this guy. I need to stay and heal immediately. A lot of times you see a lot of people that will waste, like you did right there, so much time. If I went back, you probably wasted about 7 seconds worth of healing that you could have done if you just started popping cells. But you wasted 2 mags as well trying to thirst that guy. So that puts you, so now you're not healing, you're not taking your attention to the Pathfinder and the angle that he's pushing from, and now you're forced to run away because he's challenging you now and you don't have a lot of health. And even with you running away, after you bracelet, I mean, you're probably dead there no matter what, but that's when you want to start incorporating that invasive maneuver where you're running in the snake formation just to make yourself a harder target to hit. You've already done everything bad up until that point. The kill was good, but everything after that was pretty poor. And so at that point, you have to run away. So I don't mind you running away right there because you're so low health, but if you're going to do that, definitely start to incorporate that snake-shaped pattern as you're running away. You running in a straight line, he's going to shoot you easily with his G7, of course. But I try to help you right there by saying you needed to heal because I knew that Pathfinder was ways away. You wasted so much time and ammo trying to thirst that guy. That's a dead play. And we do see a lot of players that will waste a lot of time panicking trying to get that guy thirsted. Naturally, people are going to say, you know, armor swap would be the quickest, but in that particular situation right there, you know where the Pathfinder's at. He's some distance away from you. That guy's knocked. So at that point, just start healing. And I'd like to see that in the future as well. You have information where that Pathfinder was, which tells you, okay, I have time to heal, not thirst as well. All right, I'm gonna re-queue and go pee.
Yep, you think.
Shit.
Each choice changes everything. This is your champion.
Hey, that's me.
Oh, you crashed? Oh shit. How many games are we doing? Like 3 to 4. Again, because it's free and because there's so many people, it's not you know, you don't have a guaranteed time slot of like an hour or 2 hours. But based on how the games go, it's 3 to 4 games. We've had only one person out of the probably 10 plus people that I've coached 2 days ago and today that has won a game, which is good. I like to see more.
Not bad.
You're good. You're chilling. What up, Rare Bear? You gotta stop coaching once you're pred level, so it only takes about 4 games. Good, Ray. How you doing, bro? But I have a list. We'll keep the list where it's at right now because I think it's like a queue of like 7 or 8 people. I'll read the list off right now. Anybody else that wants to go after, you can feel free to let me know. Julito, in order of next. Julito, Forces, Shotgun Todd, Crips, Scorpion, Gaming, Sainta, Claus, and Techo. Pick crypto and view them through drone. Nah. It's a cool idea. What up, Shrimp? But,
Trying to review me through the security cameras.
yeah. It's better to have them on the big screen.
That's right.
Well, Rare, I'll be doing it for several more hours. Maybe we'll try to knock out 10 more, but that could take a little while. We'll see. Alright, Force, that's fine. When we get to that, you'll let me know. What's up, Asian Letters? How you doing, bro?
So, as far as my typical setup, it's usually like a 30-30 R9 or a shotgun. Is that gonna? I think that would probably be something to stay away from if we're just running solo against duos.
No, I mean 30-30 and R9 fits your my philosophy of long range and short range, and being
Right.
well versed in that. You have to be a certain type of player, and it's usually M&K players that would use something like a 30-30 and a shotgun. And the reason for that is you have to have great long range with your 30-30, and then you only have a shotgun as your close range. You have no fully automatic weapons either, so typically M&K players that are able to flick well and do nasty damage with those weapon setups typically gravitate to something like that. But that I recommend at least one spray weapon. You're gonna maximize the amount of damage that you could do, as opposed to using 2 semi-automatic weapons.
Alright, yeah, I found myself gravitating towards R99 recently due to I used to run like R3 in a shotgun, so I still had like that spray in it, but
Yeah, that works too.
but yeah, since I used the 30-30 spray weapon was
Let's
pretty
find
needed.
something good.
That's just for me. It's obviously personal preference. Anybody
Right.
can get away with whatever, but you'll maximize your potential damage output by using at least one spray weapon and using whatever long range weapon or short range
Right.
weapon of your choice. For me, obviously, I usually use R400, flatline. I usually use AR SMG. I usually use double spray, but a lot of times I use a G7 as my backup, which you can opt out for a 30-30. And those guns are good because
Right.
you could do much more damage from much further away without having to control a lot of recoil. And that's why everybody uses 30-30 now.
Right. 30-30 was my baby back in the day, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's super good now too. 7, yeah. Yeah, I had somebody use a flatline and Sentinel, and it's just like, you use whatever you want, but I'm telling you, you will lose every game with that setup. You have no close range. Especially in rank.
No bueno.
Yeah.
I'm already in the next ring. More time to gather supplies.
So obviously you want to be well versed. You have short range, could be a shotgun, could be SMG
I found a little something extra.
for your close quarter combat, and then something long range, AR or a sniper, and in that way that's the best setup because you can cover every distance. If you use double close range, you have no long range damage output potential. If you use double long range, you have no close range damage potential. So by using a long range and short range weapon of your choice, that keeps you well versed for every scenario, every type of fight. It's a big thing too. Like you saw somebody earlier, M&K player was using a 2x wingman and 2x R3. You will get shit on. I don't care if that's your favorite weapon setup. You will get shit on because you're using 2 long range weapons. Those are the people that are easiest to kill. In front of you in the POI, pushing towards you.
Heard.
Take your attention that way. Locate them.
They're shooting at me.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
I'm recharging shields.
What a throw.
Damn it, I'm hit. Throwing jump drive. Recharging shields.
Good retreat, you had no choice, but you didn't hear him push up on your right side the whole time. Not until it was too late, of course. If he wasn't throwing that thermite, he would have killed you.
Yeah, it's a good possibility.
Back up out of here.
Back up.
Yep, and reposition yourself to height from there. Always take height. That's if you want to fight this. Your escape plan will be graph cannon. You'll figure that shit out yourself.
Yup.
But now you have a better angle, more cover. Their legends are using a Horizon Ash. What does that tell you by holding this position? They can easily push you. And that's what they're going to do right now.
Yep.
Go back to cover, good. Don't vacate cover too much, even if you don't have an angle.
Yep.
They're playing weird. Horizon's going to queue up on you, so you have to do that escape plan we were talking about.
Yep.
Shield. Tossing jump drive.
Okay. Careful of somebody being here too, though. We haven't gathered any
Nope.
information. More than likely, there will be people here.
Enemy
looks like-
here.
Alright, so I like your initial challenge on the Ash. Or on the Horizon. But once you recognize that the Ash ported so far away from you instead of on you, you would have been fine to stay there and
Probably
chow
got
her.
kept there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I don't mind him riding right now. He's gathering information. He knows there's a couple teams here. And obviously another team over there. You have to be careful with this push. Wouldn't worry about that. Take attention to the other team that just wiped.
That's half the squad's down. Now, what did they leave behind?
Good.
Shots open.
Don't loot it.
Nope.
To your right. They're already on you. It's already on you.
They're shooting at me. Activating jump drive.
Yes. So like, I find my biggest problem is
Audio.
the sounds yet don't make sense to me for some reason. Because it still sounded like they were under me, like, you know, inside. I didn't even know they were on top of the roof.
And that's going to be a mixture of the quality of your headset and the amount of experience that you have with being able to differentiate where the audio is coming from. For me, in my headset, in my knowledge of the layering of sounds, I knew that they were already pushing you. And even if you couldn't hear their footsteps as they were approaching you, you heard them climb up at least. And of course, with you being up there, you have to assume the worst. You have to assume that they're going to push you. So naturally, again, even if they are directly beneath you, if that's where they were, they're of no threat to you down there. They can't get from underneath you to you like that. They have to climb up. So your attention needs to be, again, this is general map knowledge and very specific to this POI right here. There's a few places that they can climb up from. And so while playing, you finally took height there. You should have done it a lot quicker. But after taking height, you need to be constantly surveying the areas in which they can approach you from, which would be on each side and behind you.
Yeah.
You'll be well positioned.
From there, by using your eyes, that'll help kind of
Alleviate my hearing problem.
your hearing problem, but also it'll give you a bit more directionality as well, and you'll be able to pick up that audio if you're actively looking in that direction. You'll be able to hear,
Right.
okay, they're pushing there, they're pushing there. It might be hard to hear what's underneath you or what you can't see, but yeah, And of course, right there, when they both push you, you did that damage. You didn't hear that Ash was also underneath you as well. So, again, it's very complex. But after you do damage like that, stop peeking, switch to your secondary, reload, and anticipate that push from the Ash. But in order to anticipate that, you had to have known that she was right underneath, which you didn't.
Right.
But you put that Wraith out of the fight, and she didn't do a lot of damage on you. So you back up out of LOS.
Shield out in one.
You back up out of LOS. You provided yourself a 5-second window, at least, for that Wraith to pop a battery and to re-engage. And in that 5-second window, that Ash pushes you. You would have pre-aimed already towards that climb up and probably did a lot more. Obviously, you have a RE45. It's not the greatest gun to have, but you could have been more prepared.
Would have done something. Yeah. A little bit more.
And even if you were able to do enough damage right there because you were pre-positioned for that, you were ready for it, you do enough damage, maybe you don't kill her, but then you have that escape plan. And considering where you were at, that escape plan, again, would have been the grav cannon.
Right.
What up, Dynamite? What up, Crips?
Yeah, I find myself, oh wait.
You're good.
I find myself naturally hearing is always my problem.
Oh, Carlene.
32-year-old man that listened to way too much loud music and don't stop. So you know that happens.
No, I could. You might need to get your ears checked out.
God no, they're toast. That much I know. So a lot of my gameplay, basically, the reason why I bring that up is like general knowledge of or like what to expect, and just kind of think ahead of what they're about to do. And so yeah, exactly like you said, in the sense of like I knew I broke that Wraith, and I should have just assumed there was a good chance that teammate was gonna push right after. Knowing it's 1v2, most likely they knew it was a 1v2 at that point.
And that's good that you mentioned that because that's how most of those fights are going to pan out. Obviously, they know where you're at. They're challenging you. You crack one. Most people are going to capitalize on your distraction right there.
I'm sure we
And so, even if you had no knowledge, which you didn't, to even just back up out of LOS while you swap your guns or reload and anticipate, like I said, you just have to make that assumption. There's nothing else that I can teach. This game is filled with just making assumptions. And so with you being solo, you're exactly right. You crack that guy, start looking around you. If your hearing is that bad and you can't rely on the hearing aspect, then you have to utilize your camera and your visual to survey that area, which is obviously much more difficult, but if your hearing is that bad, what else can you do? But by making that assumption,
it's not like terrible, but like
oh shit, sorry,
I know you could.
I should have paid attention.
Yeah, no, I mean it's not like the worst in the sense of like I can never hear anything, but I definitely miss things from here and there, and I do believe my hearing does kind of prevent me from knowing exactly. Like I said, I thought they were like under, and they were just right on top. And like you said, the assumption should have been they're just gonna try getting on top.
Right.
Regardless, you know, get that high ground.
Yeah, because if you can assume that, obviously you're a solo, and every fight's a 1v2, assumingly everybody's going to try to push you.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of this game, to get kills. So with that assumption, you can kind of respond in different ways. You had good initial shots with that Wraith, though. But just fine-tuning that aspect, making these assumptions. Again, it's so difficult because that's the only thing I can say about it. It's the best way to reduce it. You have to assume the worst. Assume that you're going to be pushed. Assume that someone's going to push you when you're distracted by shooting somebody else. Assume that someone's going to push you because you're weak. Because those teammates are communicating with one another and they know that you're weak because it shows you a visual of their health now with every legend. Assume that they're going to push you. I forget what I've already said, but you just have to make all these types of assumptions. And if you could do that, you'll be more well equipped for these fights.
Right. No, that all adds up.
Aloy, been good? How you been playing the game or what up, Alpha?
An enhanced weapon.
It's a difficult map to train on for sure. It's unlike any other map. It's the worst map.
Honestly, the fucking worst.
Setting up shop. You are coming home with me tonight.
What lock? Bought a Lambo? Yeah. Yeah, what kind? What year? There's 2 times. Oh, you got a sight. Good.
Yeah.
So again, just to reiterate, as best as I can generalize, you're obviously going to be pushing towards these people fighting to your right. So
I'm
just
already
beelining in
on
there.
next ring.
Want to gather
No
some
time to
information,
gather supplies.
figure out where these
Oh,
guys
yeah,
are
yeah,
exactly
for sure.
fighting, try to take a position of high ground if you can, then move inward from
That's
there.
half the squad's down.
Right.
Now what did they leave behind?
But based on their shots, that quantum shots guy is the guy that was shooting, they just wiped. So you know at least
Yeah.
there's one team here still.
For sure.
And just to forewarn you, this is a very difficult fight to take. So it's up to you how to maneuver through from here.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Depends if you can catch them with their pants at their ankles or not.
hmm So you located one, you know it's an ash.
Oh.
Don't get too tunnel vision there.
That's Sparrow.
Yeah. So 2 different teams. What up, Lock? What up, Pretz? SVJ, yeah. Last one, Knock.
They're shooting at me. Like enemy shield.
Didn't know it was two.
Yep. So right there, obviously you're pushing because you know that they're fighting, but with a third party like that, if you're paying attention to the kill feed, which you weren't, you know, they knocked that one guy quickly, you know, because it's a 2v1, what are people going to do? You're going to assume that they're going to force that other fight with that solo as fast as they can, so you need to be much quicker with that third party right there.
Yeah.
With how long you took with that third party, allowed them to armor swap, heal up, and prepare that fight. But if you got them when they were fighting somebody else, shot them in their back, you'd be much better positioned to win. What up, Lon? Yeah, there's a line though. Yeah, I don't particularly care for the massive, but you got to work with what you have. Think of a sub-lock. And so the third parties are all about timing, and so this goes for everybody else as well. You need to practice that timing by listening for the guns that are being shot, and then looking at the kill feed to see if there's any guns that match the sounds that you're hearing in the kill feed. And so once we see that first knock, and you also have visual of that knock because he was looking at that guy that got knocked, that's when you start to pick up the tempo and pick up the pace for that third party. By the time you push, you're already dead. That's a forced fight. They're already pretty much healed. You got some decent damage on, but you know,
Yeah.
they were already prepared
Not
for
much
it.
you can do if nobody's knocked or, yeah, like you said, no
Introducing
damage done.
champion.
Exactly. What up, Lock? There's like 8 people in line.
Stay close. I'm the jump master.
Alright, listen, I'm going hot. I know it's the last one. We're just gonna see what happens and just kind of, you know, I appreciate all the tips you've already given
Dropping
me.
in, hang on.
So
Bet.
we're just gonna run it. You know what I'm saying?
Land a little, just tangential to the hot spot, somewhere safe, because I gotta die first. So don't die immediately.
Yeah.
Where's the link, Lock? There's no link. I'm writing the list myself.
Honestly, I totally forgot to even see if anybody landed there. Surprised if they did. I need a gun. What isn't this? Work.
Attention. First blood.
Ammo.
Okay, so I'm gonna add this. You guys add me. I don't add you. I scrappy. And there's a list, like I said, but with 8 people in line already, it's probably gonna take up the rest of the time here.
Yeah, so I'm kind of holding up everybody else here.
You're good.
But I have my
Reload
fair
your
share of,
reload your R9.
Yup.
I've got a minute and the next ring's nearby. Better grab what I can.
So you know that team's gonna come third party.
Yep.
Again, we assume.
I've got 45 seconds. I could probably grab a few more things.
Harvesters are now available.
You want to look back, see is there a duo coming? No. Okay, that's all you can do.
I didn't think so. Yeah.
Jump drive out.
Yeah.
Once again, appreciate it.
GG's.
GG's.
You got stuck on the crouch when you braceleted, you know. Trying not to get stuck on that crouch. It kind of screwed up your throw right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, you have to work on the
once again,
mechanics
man,
as well, but
I
GG's, bro.
appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully everybody gets some good tips. I'll be watching and learning a little bit more.
I appreciate you, bro. GG's.
GG's late.
When it comes to mechanics, again, there might be, with the 1v1s coming out soon, Tuesday, if there's a way. If not, then we can obviously use a firing range. But when it comes to mechanics in game, there's nothing that I can teach you guys with. And even when it comes to aiming in particular, it's not that it's uncoachable. There are tips that obviously you can give to help improve aim, but at the end of the day, that just has to do with your thumb dexterity, your mind-to-body connection, your control over your aim, your reflexes, and that stuff is kind of almost uncoachable. That's just to grind your mechanics. That's just sitting in R5, or when the 1v1s come out on Tuesday, or just sit in the firing range, just hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end practicing your shot. So when we see plays that, you know, or situations where the person I'm spectating or coaching is dying because of their mechanics, I mean, we already know what the issue was right there. Ash gave him an opportunity to take a 1v1, but you got to capitalize on that and hit your shots at the end of the day. You can do everything right. Again, I prioritize, there's 3 aspects of Apex. General knowledge, awareness, all that sort of brain stuff, first and foremost. Positioning, awareness, etc., first and foremost. After that would be your aim and then movement, in that order of prioritization. So you want to focus your map knowledge, on your general IQ, your playmaking ability, when to push things, when not to, all that stuff, which is difficult. It's the most complex, but it's the most important fundamental aspect of the game. That's what separates good players from great players and great players from pro players. But even then, you're going to put yourself in a position where now you have the best advantage because you've practiced your awareness, but at the end, you still got to follow up with good shots. And then lastly, if everything else fails, you still got to follow up with good movement. But in that order, if you're going to focus on anything, don't be like M&K players that sit there and bitch about controller players 24/7, because all they're doing is prioritizing movement above everything else, and that's why you see M&K players tend to be the worst. It's not because of aim assist, it's not because of controller players, it's because they're prioritizing the least important aspect of the game. And they prioritize that because of how glamorized M&K movement is, because of people like Fade. You know, it's not their fault that they have caused millions of M&K players to focus on the wrong bullshit, but they all want to look like Fade and be cool like Fade with movement because it's flashy, but that flashiness doesn't translate well to almost any situation, especially at the pro level. And so you'll see a lot of M&K players position themselves horribly, utilize zero amount of cover, and just rely on their tap strafe, their neo strafe, and the wide open, and miss all their shots because who the fuck can shoot accurately when you're doing all this other shit, and then they die and blame it on aim assist. Abdish, anybody, M&K or not?
Hello.
What's up, bro? Awareness, aim, movement.
What's good?
How you doing, bro? What's your name? I told you Julito, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Cool. So, what do you feel like is your weakest point? Your biggest weakness?
I just switched to 4-3 linear, so it's like I'm just trying to get used to it. So I feel like it just messes up more of my aim sometimes.
Where were you on previously?
4-3 classic. That's what I was playing on. So I just switched to linear. That's it.
Yeah, so it'll be a little faster, but you know, nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
It's not a big change at least, but linear classic, it took me a few months to really be confident with. Yeah, and the holstering guns, I guess I haven't mentioned that at all, but an aspect of movement that people don't understand, the most important form of movement, when we talk about that hierarchy of things to focus on, awareness, IQ, blanket statement, aim, and movement. When we talk about movement, I'm not talking about your ability to mantle jump super glide, super jump. That's all flashy shit. And sometimes it might have a benefit to you depending on the situation. But that's not the aspect that I'm talking about when I'm discussing movement. But that's what people think about when they hear movement, because of the movement, like people like Fade and what they do, and how they've kind of changed the perception regarding movement. And so the real movement I'm talking about is your ability to time your slides correctly so that you prevent yourself from dead sliding. At least you need 3 steps in between every slide. If not, you'll force a dead slide every time. So your timing with slides is important. That's a fundamental aspect of movement. To maneuver and move through cover. When you're pushing somebody or when you're running away from somebody, if there's somebody trailing behind you and you know that they're behind you, you rotate this because there's a box right here. It cuts off LOS. Go back to over here because there's a box over there. Cuts off their LOS again. Stuff like that. Moving, strafing is incorporated with movement as well. So making sure you're strafing well. That's more important than knowing how to super jump or super glide. Most pro players don't know how to super jump. Controller or MK. That's how unrealistic it is and untranslatable that is into especially the highest level. And even though you can get away with it, there are some cracked ass pro players that utilize that movement on MK and they use it to their advantage. And so it doesn't mean that it's completely useless, but when you have 99% of pro players at the highest level that don't know how to do movement like that or can't do movement like that and still get away with everything else, it shows you that it's definitely the least important thing. I try not to die here. I'm gonna land far. I gotta kill myself.
Yeah, I'm landing pretty far too.
Oh, and then holstering your gun as well would be considered an aspect of movement as well, because to unholster your weapon is to inhibit your movement. And so we see a lot of people when they're running away. You'll see when I play the game, I'll be directly pushing an entire team. A fight's engaged and my gun's not out. That's counterintuitive. Why would I push something with my gun not out? Well, because that would slow down my movement. And so holstering your weapon, even when you're engaging a fight, when you're hard swinging somebody, and timing that holster so that you pull your gun out at the perfect time so that it doesn't inhibit your movement. And usually you pull it out when you slide and jump out so that there's no possible way that it can affect your movement at all. You've already committed to that jump and slide. So that's when you time to holster or take your weapon out. And of course to holster your weapon when you're running away or aggressing to increase your movement speed. A lot of people think, oh, people in front of me, I gotta have my gun out.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Good cover usage. Good high take.
Time to bind you. Shields are depleted. Recharging. Time to guard them. Out. Sending an arc star. Healing. I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps. This will bind them.
Just gonna sit on the door.
I'm under fire. Shields are depleted.
No.
Recharging.
Thank you. So honestly, that was probably one of the best 1v2 engagements out of anybody so far, aside from the one person, the only person that won. You had them. Remember, we have to make assumptions. When you're in a 1v2 and you nuke that lifeline, you have to assume that someone else is going to be pushing you. And so you were a little too late to that ballistic chow on top of the staircase. But even then, you did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
As Ash, everybody's playing Ash, apparently. Ash, your R9 reloaded automatically after 2 seconds. Hold on. He could have had that. He could have had that. Could have had that. Could have had that. So when you nuke that lifeline and then you were a little late to respond to that ballistic challenge, but you still fought it there and you got him decently weak, your R9 reloaded right there, so that would have been a perfect time to press triangle knowing that the lifeline's out of the fight and knock him right there. you didn't, and that's okay. You ended up knocking him regardless. You reposition yourself. With a lifeline being the one up right there, you don't want to run too far away. And so it would have been much better to stay behind that door and utilize that cover. You didn't have to keep running. You have the door as cover right in front of you, and you can keep finessing that door cover by opening it and closing it. But it's important for you to stay right there specifically because it's a lifeline. They can res quickly and still protect. So when you rotated around, you had shots on that lifeline still right there, but you decided to throw all your grenades. She hadn't tapped at that moment either. She was very slow to that revive. So once you rotated far around, instead of thinking, okay, maybe let me throw my nades here, you were literally staring right at her with your gun. I don't know if you saw her there. You would have been able to do enough damage right there to at least kill her, or to get her weak enough to where you could push regardless. From there, you wasted your dash because you jumped down to the door and you missed, so now you have no escape. And that puts you in a shitty position where now you're forced to fight that. You don't have an escape, and ultimately you died there. But you did good initially. I want to keep seeing that. I'm not going to comment too much further, but at the beginning of that, you look like you know what you're doing. You took height, you split them off into individual 1v1s. You did good damage on both of them. But
yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just lose control because of like the new sense change a little bit. It feels like it's a little bit more faster.
It could be your aim. Maybe you could have one clipped them there, but honestly, I wouldn't even say your aim was the reason why you died there. I think the biggest reason why you died right there is because you position yourself too far away. Most people, when they get too weak and they start to panic, they think, okay, I need to run away as far as I can. And that's something I say too. You want to maintain the distance, the space in between you and the enemy team. But you've already knocked one. You've got the other guy weak. She has a lifeline. She's probably full health. But regardless, you have one knocked. You don't want to keep running away. You want to stand your ground. But with you repositioning so far away, they got a full reset off from there. From there, you probably lost it more than likely, unless you're able to get another knock.
Good.
You did good. So keep doing everything else. Everything up until you reposition yourself was pretty damn good. But of course, most players will lose their thought process in a
Evo harvesters are now available.
in a chaotic situation, and that's when all the training goes out. Nah, he hasn't, Scorpion.
Focus. Plan.
So there are people close to you. I want you to recognize and locate where they're at.
I'm under fire. Pitiful. Allowing themselves to be
God,
caught.
I don't have my charge.
It's all good. You're dead here.
No, I didn't have it. Damn it.
So you didn't hear them take the zip line.
Yeah,
And
no,
so you
I was
so
like, yeah.
when people loot again, because you haven't gathered enough information, it seems like nobody's here. They obviously landed on top and jumped down. As you're looting, you still want to be aware of everything else around you and listening for distinct audio cues that would indicate somebody's near you. And that's just general awareness. I can't teach you how to do that. But they took the zip line, so they showed you. I already knew where they were. What up, Zeno? What up, Sam? So you ran into them because you weren't aware of your surroundings and forced yourself in a fight. But even with that fight, that conduit right in front of you, I heard a guy to your far left who's the guy that did all that damage to you. You still didn't hear that. And so again, that's another form of general lack of awareness. If you did recognize that guy right there on the left angle and a guy in front of you, with you being pinched in between both of them, that's something that you would just have to back out from and reposition. But because you didn't gather enough information, because you weren't paying attention to your surroundings, you had no clue that he was to your left. And so from there, you thought you were taking a 1v1, which I'm going to recommend every time, but just slow down your pace a little bit. Really look around you if you have to. And listen for distinct noises that might indicate somebody's near you.
Okay.
What is, yeah, every Ash player today uses their dash
I'm the jump master. I'll cut us a path.
to a point of detriment.
Dropping in. You're in view of the enemy.
You had no escape right there. When it comes to the fundamentals of braceleting or dashing, you use it to either
if it was
close
like
a gap to
bracelet
kill somebody.
right there,
Yeah.
probably would be probably a more safer option to escape.
Doing sugars. My PC specs, I'm on 3060.
This weapon is enhanced.
What would you say is like a good loadout, just like if you're playing super aggressive on somebody? Like,
No, I always use double
I'm
spray.
inside the next ring.
So 2 fully automatic
Now to
weapons.
plan my
so
next
it'd be like,
steps.
so you should always run like a medium range weapon, right? And then
Medium
also,
long
like, a
range.
very-
And then close
yeah.
range. And obviously the fire fast rate of a weapon grants you more aggression.
Yeah, yeah.
Maximizes your potential damage output. But I mean, I'll use a G7 a lot, so it's not fully automatic, but it's still very good for long range. Other people might use a, you know, a Hemlock or a 30-30. The guy jumping down right in front of you,
Is enhanced.
far, right on you on the thingy. Yep. They just got armor.
Caught. Like a. I'm on shield cracked. Recharging shields. Grenade.
Good escape, you're gonna have to keep running. Don't heal. You have to create a lot of space here,
Perfect.
so you can pop a medi or whatever.
Heal, heal.
Climb up from here and take max height.
Thermite out. Half of the squads have proven inadequate. Bound by my hand.
Good.
Recharging shields. Enemy shield. Throwing frag. I'm under fire. I enemy shield. Like a rat in a trap. Leveled up. I should chop it. Cracked.
So you anticipated that the lifeline was gonna push you from behind, right?
Yeah, I thought she was gonna take the zip line. Like,
And she did. She came from that way, so you had the right mind. So why not chow that Ash once you had her so weak to create more separation between you and the lifeline that was gonna flank behind you? You anticipated that, right? But by staying there, you missed some shots as well. You ended up getting the knock, but by maintaining that space that you were holding right there,
yeah,
she had an angle on you.
Yeah.
And so that's a situation where you needed to dash onto that Ash, or at least hard swing her to get that knock and then turn your attention around. Even then you almost killed her. Even then you turned on her and cracked her, but you still stayed up there. And it took her about 2 seconds for her to climb up and chow you. That 2 seconds you could have dashed behind you, created more space, and taken that 1v1 again. But you just stayed put. It's like you froze almost.
Yeah.
Again, don't be scared to be aggressive. You created that opening for yourself. That's something we talked about. You got that guy weak and eventually knocked him with your snare, but you created a window to push him, so you needed to push within that window and play within that pocket. Alright, Santa Claus. It's all good. But so far, honestly, I don't have any quarrels with your decision making. It could be obviously more polished, but it's one of the better decision making abilities of anybody that I've coached so far. Particularly with that Ash snare.
Focus. Fight.
That lifeline, you knew she was underneath you, at least I did. So to throw a grenade right there wastes a lot of time. That could have been crucial damage. But even then, after you rotated out of that, you remembered that same climb up that the Ash pushed you from initially. And so as you left that little corridor, your attention was right there again, which was also really good awareness. So I can't be mad at that at all. Again, you just have to follow up with good aim.
Anyone want to take me out? Come find me.
But I will say probably one of the better decision-making abilities so far. You granted yourself many times to win that though, but you are right.
I'm the jump master.
The aim is being affected. How long ago did you
I'm the
switch?
jump master.
It's been like 2 weeks. So it's just been like recently. Yeah.
Fairly recent. Have you felt improvement at all, or do you feel like you just stagnated?
I feel like my tracking is somewhat a little bit better, but because like 4-3 classic felt a little bit too stiff, so I feel like it's a little bit more looser. So like I'm more able to like just angle people right. Like if someone's swinging my right, it's better for me. I just find it more easier to tracking now.
Yeah, because more raw input, so you have more finer adjustments.
And
on your
then
range.
with
Location
4-3
interests
classic,
me.
it just feels too stiff. So like when I turn to the right, I don't know. It just
It's very
feels like
sticky is what
much
we call it.
slower. Yeah, it's
You got Team Hard challenge you. You maybe want to take it a little further away to the backside. They know you're solo. I think they may have fucked off though. Yeah, you want to look around. There you
Yeah,
go. So they're landing on you right now.
2 teams should be.
Just want to look like. They know they're solo because they saw you, so they expect them to be aggressive. Can't climb
1
up
minute
here.
and the ring is close. Perfect.
Evo harvesters are now available.
"45 seconds until the ring closes.
Good. Through the door.
This will
Good.
bind them. I have 30
I like that.
Squad gone.
I think you did everything right. And learning just from the game prior on when to create windows for yourself, which you did, and the hard swing and work within that pocket, you did that perfectly in the lifeline. Obviously, she was a big bot, but I don't give a fuck if they're good or bad. What I'm focusing on is your ability to recognize your weaknesses and take actionable steps in improving that, even in the next game. And for you to have done that already, I think you have a very good upside. And if you keep continuing to remember these things that we discussed today and I discussed in the future, I think you can make some good growth. To swing that lifeline, knowing that you had that window. You have no clue where that Ash is, but you know that you have a window to fight her right there. And then to turn your attention, I heard her already underneath you, so I calmed door, but you already knew, or at least anticipated that she could come through there because that doorway is your biggest threat. And so you tether it, and I thought that was beautiful.
I now have an enhanced weapon.
Oh, and furthermore, not only did you execute your dash well on the Ash once you cracked her, but you also were cognizant to not shoot midair. You shot one bullet, but you stopped. So I don't know if you heard me talking about other people doing that earlier, how they keep shooting midair, but the fact that you were able to maintain your entire mag capacity upon landing granted you an even easier chance of winning that fight. We've seen a lot of people today spray half their mag midair, and then by the time they land, they only got 2 bullets to try and kill that guy, and then they die a lot. So that was good as well. Honestly, everything was good. Not bad at all, little Julito.
Appreciate it. I had played with you like, I think it was like season 9. We got into like a random duels, and then you were about to like drop a 20. Yeah, you were about to drop a 20, and I think I accidentally took like
that shit? Oh, hell no.
Yeah, it was like 18, and then I had gone into your chat, and I was like, oh, 20 bomb question mark, and you were like, yeah, let's go for it. And then I took it, and then there was that Grow Towers on.
Oh, I remember something like that. Yeah, I think this kid came into my chat. He was already yoinking my shit, but then he was like 20 bomb, and I was like, yeah. And then he still ended up yoinking, and I still didn't get it.
Yeah, and then you left the game, I'm pretty sure.
Sounds like it.
We will be quiet.
If it was season 9, that was my kill grind season, so I needed those damn kills.
Yeah, I think that was season. I'm pretty sure that was season 9. I'm pretty sure. It was a while back ago.
That's dope to see you around still. That's better than most so far. He did shoot one. Right.
Shields are depleted.
You want to keep backing up here on your next dash.
On the height.
Go to the grab cannon portal if you have to.
I'm under fire.
Heal up. Good.
Oh, I'm just like it, man.
A phase tear. Use it. This reminds them.
Good. Keep creating space. Sounds like they got pushed by somebody else.
Yeah, the other team's on them right now.
Good escape, you're alive. That's another team.
An entire squad gone. Grenade incoming.
1v2.
Throwing frag.
No, I heard him too, swinging up from underground too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you have that right there. Obviously, with better shots, you kill him.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got a little scared with the Mastiff. And the situation right there, this is very specific, but like,
Pretty sure
with that second spray you had, she was very weak. On that third spray, when I'm spraying her again for the third time, I'll stand right there, even if I'm overextending. I don't want to lose that angle on her. If you step forward a bit more, she has no cover to play. You probably one clip her there. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of that had to do with your aim. And so I think you played it well. I think after you missed that last mag and you couldn't get that Ash kill, that's where you just dash backwards, try to create more space. But these guys are obviously duo queuing.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do one more.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Okay.
I got my food here. I'm gonna munch on that. Be right back.
Going there.
Extended light magazine here.
Level 3.
Attention.
We already died? Oh, it's the same game. Oh. What about Jose? This guy back out? Let us see what up, Jose. How you doing, bro? Alright, Julito.
My bad.
You're good, bro. I think your biggest issue right now, which I can't help with, is your aim.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get used to this.
And that's what you said too.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm liking your decision making. You have a good framework for the most important thing. And so once naturally you keep practicing with your current sends, you'll figure it out. And I think that's when everything will kind of mesh together.
Yeah, no, I feel like I just have some like so much muscle memory,
Oh,
like
it's
with
out.
all like the recoil patterns for like on classic, so it's kind of just a little bit different with linear. So I just gotta get used to that.
The body corrodes.
It's understandable. I was on classic for the first 3 years of this game on 7.6. I went to linear. It really took me probably 3 months before I was like, okay, I feel good now.
The games are anything but random. If your eyes are open.
This is your champion.
You swapped the linear.
You fear me, legends?
What about Leah? What's up, Jose?
Stay close. I'm the jump master. Here we go. Ready up.
Oh, it's out. Stop playing.
An intelligent fighter would land there.
No, I didn't ask for extra lettuce. So it is a lot of lettuce. I like lettuce though. These fries were salty as hell, bro.
I'm going there. You would be wise to follow.
Yeah, should play.
Attention. First
Damn, bro. I had gotten a message by that Lifeline team.
round one.
Crazy.
Countdown.
The ring is far.
The one you killed right here?
Yeah, the Lifeline right here, the one I killed. I just like seen the message I saw, it was like floating in there.
One
No,
minute
what'd
of
it
a
say?
significant distance.
It was like nice 1v2
Mm.
or whatever.
It's a pretty rare, wholesome interaction in Apex.
Yeah, it
45
doesn't. I mean, it
seconds.
happens
A great
sometimes,
distance.
especially
Now,
like
to
on console
execute.
lobbies.
Evo
More.
harvesters are online.
Additional supplies here.
Well, this is the last one. I want you to make a good one. I'm not gonna really micromanage you at all. So play your game, but remember what we've discussed.
Yep.
Dash. Have you been before?
Look, you want this R9?
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
This.
You got a pred charm?
Attention. There is a new
Nah.
kill leader.
Thing. A little. I've been masters before, but
Mm.
that's it.
Yeah, not pred, Scorpion. You know for a fact, bro. All I gotta do is pull up your banner. If there's ever somebody that's hit pred once, 100% of the time they will have that displayed on their banner. That's all you gotta look at.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen somebody ever hit pred only once that didn't show it on their banner.
Attention. Delivering care package.
I don't think anybody came to the side of the map, so grab the whip and head towards Cedo or something. Live out in the boonies, Dash. 80 miles away from the closest Chick-fil-A is crazy.
How am I dead? What did they do?
Scorpion, yeah, I got you, bro. Open your eyes.
We will be quieter on foot. Half of the squads have proven inadequate.
Or you can never open the Chick-fil-A sauce packets in one swipe. It always breaks. There are people here.
I see them too. Wow.
Teammates in the right building.
Let's push Gotham. They're incoming. depleted. Recharging. Not so fast. Time to bind you. Got it. Enemy shield cracked. Terrible though. I should select an upgrade now. An entire squad gone. How pitiful. Come on, heal, heal, heal.
With better aim, you make it easier, but you still want it.
Yeah.
I like your patience to pop that battery. Good high takes.
Recharging shields.
Then push the opposite side and then.
No, low ground. Right.
Shields are depleted.
You had that.
Oops.
Taking fire. Shields are depleted. Recharging. Heal, heal, heal.
Out.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Under fire. Shields are depleted. They will be bound.
Gotta finish those shots.
Replicator dropping.
Yeah. Kind of still off, bro.
Yep, multiple easy one clips. Would have been able to kill everybody. Because one clips are crucial.
Yeah, if I would have got that one clip, I would have played that aggressive.
He's right on you.
I'm under fire. I shattered an enemy's shield. Shields are depleted. Time to bind you. The release cracked.
Good, good, good. Locate the last guy. Don't worry about that. Locate him. Excellent. Excellent.
Crushed the entire squad.
Right there, I don't even want to see you attempt to thirst him.
I have
But it worked out.
45 seconds to close the distance.
Locate him first, then thirst.
Yeah, I think that was a different team. I don't think it was that Octane.
No, different team.
There's
There
that
they are.
Octane right there. Yep.
Good aim, good repositioning. Good 1v2. Might be the best player I've seen so far out of 20 players.
10 seconds.
Zone's coming in, so if you go this way, you're forcing it.
Yep.
You can mirror them and look to the right. They're gonna run parallel with you.
Yeah.
By mirroring them on this side, you give yourself an opportunity to leave if possible, if needed.
Yeah, I see them right there. Yep.
And that could be another team. For them to have closed that distance that quickly would be pretty quick. So for me, I'm thinking that could be another team.
They took the cannon.
Why this way? You want to go all the way up and around?
Yeah. Just go. Yeah, I feel like there's people that don't catch a flat. That's just better for me.
Okay. Might as well grab that crafter, no? Get you perp. Double dash.
I have chosen an upgrade.
He might be the first Ash player
I
we've
am at
seen
max level.
get to purple armor, so they can have double dash. Then the guy that won was only one winner so far. I appreciate you looking at your flank side just to see if any late stragglers are coming in. It's good awareness. They're in here.
Yeah. Just for one open the door.
Good high take.
I'm inside the next ring. Now to plan my next steps.
Good, draw them out to you.
Have been restocked. Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming.
This is where you maintain patience. Let them make a stupid decision.
Yeah.
You know what to do. Don't be afraid to jump down. Just know what the consequences might be of you jumping down. That was him. What legends are they using?
Mirage.
And Valkyrie.
Yeah.
So somebody
There's
find
another team coming
Yep,
in.
good.
Yeah.
Don't have to dip out so early. Yep, here you go. Good shots, but you know the other team's probably gonna push now.
Recharging.
You wanna dash and ult probably.
A phase tear. Use it. Let's put you in a bind.
Good.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Let them fight each other. Want to get back in it. Save your dashes. Pay attention to kill feed. That's one knock and thirst. Good. 1v2.
They stand in the way of my right. Enemy's shield.
Good. Locate the last guy. Stay. Stay. There's another team it looks like. That's another team.
Bound. Caught with no way.
He could be behind you. Yep. Too hyper focused.
Recharging shields.
Last two squads here. Mirage is gonna naturally go to revive.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back up a little bit.
Healing.
You give them a free revive by going here. Again, understand the consequences. But they are fighting. And one might be knocked still. So timing, you want to go quickly. They knocked one. I'm not going to tell you who knocked, but pay attention to the names.
One squad left to rout.
It's going to be the Mirage and Valkyrie still.
These bonds aren't easily broken. I'm gonna cuff them. 45 seconds until close.
Stay there, stay there, stay there. Look at them. Don't go away.
Focus. Plan. Move. 30 seconds.
Good high take. Anticipate that they'll push you. Good. Follow up with it. Good. What I love right there is your maintenance of composure. You have 2 people landing on you. 99% of the player base leaves. But you notice that the Valkyrie's the only one that landed exactly right in front of you, which granted you a window of opportunity that you fought within. Because the Mirage needed to climb up, because you know as a Mirage, he can't take height instantly. So you fought within that window. That's the best game we've ever had so far, chat. The best game. Most kills, most damage, and a dub. Only 2 people so far have won. But Lil Julito has dropped the record. 7 kills, 2k damage. I think, round of applause for Mr. Julito. That's a hard thing to do, solo queue, no fill. Console and PC lobbies as well. That's an impressive feat.
Thanks for the coaching.
Good shit, Julito. Keep hustling. Keep working on the aim. Everything else is pretty solid.
Appreciate it.
GG's. Alright, chat. Let's see who's next. Who is next? Forces! You here? 1 minute. Timer starts right now. He used his dash as well. He stayed in that fight, present in that fight. In fact, actually juked the hell out of that Mirage when he fell down, but then dashed back up. Mirage is still looking down at the ground. But again, I think hopefully you guys can notice the things that he did great that led him to that dub. In fact, to drop that many kills solo queue is difficult for, again, 99% of the community. So I want you guys to recognize the things that he did well. He understood the balance between being a passive and aggressive. And it seemed like you could see him actively get better through the 3 games that we played up until that dub right there. He was actively improving on things that we discussed in the first game to the next game and working on that, ultimately providing him that dub. And of course, listening to me micromanaging him helps a little bit, but I didn't help him as much nearly as I helped other people. His ability to stay in the fight and not abort mission, to show presence and maintain that presence, even especially in that situation at the end right there where 2 people might be flying in on him. I saw he wanted to run away quickly. He hesitated, but then noticed that one of them didn't land on direct height right there, so that gave him a window, a pocket that he fought within, and that's very good awareness to have, especially for a developing player. What up, Marco? I'll put you down, but I don't know if we'll get to you tonight. Forces, you here? Is this you? Yeah, this is you. You said right. That was excellent. Excellent. What up, bro?
Yep. Oh, there's a stream delay. Okay.
Yeah. You could turn that off by turning on the low latency mode on Twitch.
Okay, I had no idea.
Yeah. So what's your biggest weakness, you think?
I guess I would have to say it's my awareness and game sense, because my friends there's every time he spectates me, he's like, you have the worst game awareness and sense, and he's pretty good. Like solos, he drops 4Ks, 14 kills by himself. He's always carrying me. Yeah.
So again, awareness is a very complex thing. Hold on. Everyone using Ash? Nature of the game. Julito, you did great, bro. Keep working on that aim. Awareness is a complex subject, and it's difficult for me to tell you, do this and you'll have better awareness, because it comes down to your ability to hear, your ability to see, your ability to see things on your peripheries, the things that you're not directly looking at, and a whole bunch of other things as well. That's why it's difficult for me to help teach you with that, but I want you to be receptive to my comms and what I tell you to do.
Alright, I'll try my best. Yeah.
Remembering the tips that we always, try to take that position of high ground, do damage from afar, close that gap when you can, swing when needed. Those are all the basics.
Champion.
I'm currently at the top of my game. Get it?
Marco, Force is up right now. Next we have Shotgun Todd, Crips, Scorpion, Gaming. Sainta said he's gone, so delete. Techo, Lock, G Marco. That's where we're at. I gotta go solo.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go north pad.
Okay, looks like a few teams. Oh, you're going north pad, okay. We've had several level players today and a couple days ago.
I'm playing Ash because she's like the most dopey right now.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
I can't play Sparrow, or I would play him. My double jump is trash.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him either. Polito, yeah, the R3 gives you powers. What up, Feet Meat? How you doing, bro? Alright, I'm coming to spectate.
That location interests me. I have located some extra supplies.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
The next ring is far from here. I should plan my approach. Hmm. 1 minute of a significant distance.
What up, Chubb? I couldn't get to it yesterday. I had a power outage all night.
If I could get a max
45
zero,
seconds.
that'd be nice, but I don't want to do it all game. I'm just gonna loop a little bit longer.
All good. No, Mark, I won't continue the list. It'll be a new list on Monday. For years now, Julito. Made the initial switch, I think, in 2023. At the top of the year. Hello, Mel, my fellow half and half. How are you? Thank you for the follow. My fellow half Mexican, half whitey. Nice to meet you officially. Can you add me to the list? I think we're probably going to settle on this list right here. That's going to take a few more hours. We'll see if we'll even be able to complete the list. And if not, like I said, we'll come up with a new list. I'll try to focus people that didn't go today if I can't get to you today on Monday. Tomorrow I'm IRL streaming at the fair, and I won't be playing on Sunday. So we'll resume on Monday. How you doing, Mel? Seeing your profile picture on Twitch, I can see your profile picture. I'll be like, alright, that looks like a Hispanic shorty right there. But I saw your picture on Twitter, would have never thought. But then I can't, that's wrong of me to say that because everybody looks at me and automatically assumes white. And I have to sit there and say, no, I'm half and half. I'm mixed. So I just gave you the same judgment that everybody gave me. I internalized it, I guess, so my apologies. I should have known better.
I don't see any open bins. I think there's one here.
Nah, I think you're good.
Looking for an R9.
How's your day been, Mel? Is there a better way to do this that allows you to play with your teammates? We experimented yesterday with me playing at the same time, and I'm kind of micromanaging every aspect, which is fine with me. You know, IGLing, telling them exactly what to do, but although that can test their responsiveness and their ability to listen to my comms and play accordingly. You're not actively able to see what they're doing. And so that didn't seem like the best way for everybody to improve as well. Because I can sit there and say, you know, do X, Y, and Z and test, okay, are they listening? But that's about it. You know, I'm not saying what's their aim looking like, what's their decisions looking like, how's their cover play looking like, and stuff like that. When I'm playing, all you see is me. Obviously, I know how to play. So I don't think there's much value out of that. Well, I think you're Asian. I think if you were Asian, maybe I would have been like Asian at least, like white and Asian. I can see that. But then when I think about it, when I look at you, I feel like, you know what? I'm looking at a Mexican woman right now. Mexican futures. How many games before next where it goes? Well, we just started. Marco, patience. You're last in line, bro. We might not even get to you, alright? About 3 to 4 games, depending.
I thought he might get a skip lines because he's a VIP. Guess not.
You said what?
I thought he could like skip the line because he's a VIP in chat.
Oh, yeah, no preferential treatment. Or else you guys would never go. Need coaching, Mel? Queue up one of these days. I'd love to. You know, naturally you wouldn't get a lot of like women people seeking something like this, so it would be nice to get that different perspective. Not that anything would be inherently different, but
I now have an enhanced weapon.
at least switch up the pace a little bit. What does my mom look like? Mexican as shit. Super Mexican. Very tan. That's why I tan well.
Yeah,
Okay,
I feel like I'm not trying to waste your time. So.
No, you're good. Focus up. You ain't wasting my time. I'm here for you.
Okay.
Shoot the altar portal out. You're gonna want to.
I've leveled up.
What the fuck
Time
is
to
it?
perfect a skill. I have sharpened my skills.
Oh, they put it away. Oh, they already used it. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, the women's specimens. My mom's really pretty and single. My mom's really pretty and single too. Except now she got Botox everywhere. I don't know how I feel about it. She's looking like a Mexican Lil' Kim now. It's like, Mom, why'd you gotta go and do? I'll send you a pic. That's fine. When she was younger and more natural, she was gorgeous. But now it's just like, it's like, Mom, you were beautiful before.
Ooh, 3x, nice.
There you go.
This weapon is enhanced.
Alright, so you know someone's over here. Based on what you saw earlier, so you want to take your attention forward. Just survey the area around you. That's all you need. You hear shots? Here you go.
Watching there.
Pick for pick. Yeah, it's crazy. Trading mom picks.
The ring is far. Time to move.
That's what I used to do with my bros back in middle school. Hey, bro, let me see your mom.
Replicator incoming.
Good, utilize this cover here. They got a knock on the guy right in front of you.
Recharging shields.
We're in a bad position here.
Yeah.
Caught with no way out.
So that's a difficult one because, you know, again, with a lot of people, how do I unqueue? Is there a way to unqueue so I can talk and yap, or is it just automatically queued?
Oh, I just queued up.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Either way, you misposition yourself right there. You know, I always say when especially with you being on Ash, the first decision that you have to make when approaching a third party, especially when you don't have the ability to gather information based on your angle, is to take high ground, which is where that Revenant shot you in the back from. And even though he was up there and you didn't know, I would have much rather you to have ported up there, which would have granted you a 1v1, even if you didn't know that he was there, which would have been your best opportunity to do anything. But of course, as you pushed up and he shot you from behind, you kind of panicked a little bit.
Yeah.
And I definitely saw your decision-making ability and your awareness kind of crumble apart right there. And so that's why I always recommend take that high ground. If that revs up there, that revs up there. You can't do anything about that, but that grants you a 1v1. And then from there, you can work your way after that if you end up winning it. But from your position right there, but with your position right there, with you running through that building, it might have been two teams, it might have been one. I don't know what that other guy was shooting at inside that building, but
it's the guy who tethered me, or the guy who I tethered.
Yeah.
Look at the death replay. Yeah.
I mean, you had that portal play right there, but you have to assume that someone's going to continue pushing you. Again, it's just an assumption that you have to make, considering that you're solo and that you're weak. To take that portal and continue running away after might have been best, but I think that rev probably catches up to you anyways, and that's really a culmination of bad decision making up until that last moment when you took that portal. From there, you were pretty much dead. So again, be patient. You see that guy fighting in there, you don't know what he's fighting. Honestly, that guy looked solo. He looked like he was shooting into the fucking roof. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what he was shooting at. I saw his bullets go up into the damn roof. So I don't know if he's shooting at something or panicking just like you. I don't know. But to be more patient, figure out, if you just waited one more second, that Rev would have exposed himself and you would have known that he was on height. But you were a bit too aggressive right there without gathering enough information.
Yeah, I guess I got a little too greedy because I've been looting the whole game too. So.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Overzealous would be a perfect word for that type of behavior, that type of gameplay. What up, Tony? How you been, bro? I'm here for a wedding in Oregon. My boy went to University of Oregon. He loves it. I don't know. Like I told you, I don't know if I could do Washington, Oregon. Too cold, too sad, too depressed, too rainy all the time. I'm 27, pigs. Don't ever call me 30. I turn 28 next month.
An intelligent fighter.
Alright, let me go
was
solo.
there.
Gosh damn it.
Follow me to figure
At least it
out the
changed
enemy.
math. That's good.
Yeah. I'm going to have somebody kill me. Because I'm too far from the edge of the map, so survive a little bit.
All right.
This person gonna kill me, these are the type of people who be like, oh look, I killed a pred. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I'm about to cook him. Oh my god, I cooked him.
Enemy down.
The repeater.
Let me come help you out.
Void something.
Let me come help you out.
First blood.
He faced 2! No! Kill me! I'm trying to help you. Please kill me.
I'm down.
Thirst me before the other team comes. I'm coaching this guy. Thirst me before the other team comes. Armor swapping me. This man don't want to listen to me. Uncoachable. Alright, I'm coming to spectate. Foreign summer is better than LA summer?
That location interests me.
Attention.
I want you to loot up a little bit more as you can and then push towards lava. I want to see you fight.
Yep.
Dash, bro. I'm a summer baby. Alright? I need sunlight. Can't live in a place where it's 90% of the time gloomy. I'll go crazy, bro. I don't think I'd make it. I love my beautiful sunny California. LA was beautiful during the summer. Tripping. Oregon summer. Oregon summer. Oregon summer. Oregon fall, maybe. I'll give you that.
Perfect. I'm inside the next ring.
Scrubby like snow bunnies? No. No. No, I typically like melanated women. What about you,
I
Finn?
regret picking up the devotion
You like women?
because it's not stacked.
You like women, Finn? Me either. They're scary. Devotion was good, bro. What you mean?
Only when it's like fully charged.
Yeah. Over towards tree.
Yep.
What's your KD? Probably shitting out
Half
because
of
of
the
this.
squads are gone.
Tanking it.
True.
Women aren't real. Hold on. Good kill.
Enemy killed.
Good. Keep surveying the area. Listen for footsteps, sound whore. Listen to where his teammate could potentially be coming from. Good high take here. Seems free. That's a lifeline ult behind you.
No, it's a care package, right?
Oh yeah, lifeline ult's not
Yeah.
a thing anymore, but there's a guy right next to you in the building next to you. I think that's where his teammate was. Lifeline ult. How old am I? I'm over here in 2022, so. I'm gonna get some scrappy coaching. Who are we talking
Leveled
about?
up. I should sharpen the skill. But which? I have
Is
chosen an
Sugar's
upgrade.
risen my viewer up? Sugars, what are we doing? Alright, so while you were fighting that guy, it sounded like people were fighting from lava siphon, and then you see a trail right in front of you. Somebody landed at the bridge. And now he's on the balloon right now. He's all the way up there.
Oh, I see him.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Looks like that might be his teammate. Coming for banners.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna crab.
Tearing away.
Alright.
Put you in bind. I'm under fire. Enemy shield cracked.
What do you think about that one?
I got too aggressive. Obviously, he had a shotgun. I shouldn't have gotten in his face.
I think you consuming that space is fine. I think you taking that space. I think the portal play was a little aggressive.
Questionable. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's a 1v1. And when you're solo queuing, no feeling, you take that 1v1 100% of the time. So I can't be mad at that, but we have to follow that up with good shots and good aim.
Yeah.
And with a gun like the Devo, obviously it's different depending on what gun you're using. But a gun like Devo, that's when you just want to get in front of their face and hold that trigger down. What time is the IRL stream tomorrow? I gotta figure it out. It might be like 4 o'clock. Might be 4. I think you wasted your dash, so you didn't have your dash. But as you pour it to dash into him quickly and then snare him in that order, would have been. That's kind of how you play Ash right there in a 1v1. You know, you want to dash towards them, snare them, and then with the Devo, you know, just hold that trigger down. But there's not much that I can say right there. It's a 1v1. You took it, so that's all that matters. Gotta win it though.
Yeah. Also, I kind of pre-fired and wasted half my fucking bullets before I even had my eye on him.
Yeah. Yeah, you pre-fired, you shot, and then you climbed up, which wastes time. You know, you're not shooting, but it would have been better to, again, with the weapon that you have, a Devo, with 50 bullets in it. That's where you hard swing him. You push around that blue bin with your next dash or whatever, or slide and jump into that swing, and then fight him from there. But that one just boils down to bad aim, and I know that you know that, so there's nothing to really discuss there.
Yeah.
San Diego better than LA? I like San Diego a lot. I like Orange County the best. What up, Pops? I'm on console or PC right now. I don't know if I'll go. What up, Turtle? Yeah, we'll do it on Monday. I'm on IRL stream tomorrow, more than likely, if everything goes well. And we can resume this stuff on Monday.
I now have an
What up, Chief?
enhanced
Yeah,
weapon.
I'm doing it intentionally. You don't need any of that stuff you just picked up.
Yeah, I'm holding on
I'm
to
inside
it
the next ring.
for like a
Now
scout
to
or
plan
something.
my next
Okay.
steps.
Yeah.
I think your 2 times on the alternator.
Yeah.
There you go.
Extra supplies. You would do well to use them.
There's the scout.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Mel, I'm not doing this like to there's definitely a way where I could do this to get a reaction and to make fun of him, but I don't think that's conducive to learning at all. So if you actually did get coached, I would do it in a way that didn't make you cry.
10
Nah,
seconds.
it's all good. I mean, my friend should talk to me enough. I'm good. Yeah. But if he was on this thing, he'd do pretty good, I think.
I agree, Sean. What up, Ho?
Like the last game, I'm pretty sure I just got nervous. He had a Mastiff.
Most people's mechanics will fall apart when they get nervous, especially against a shotgun close range.
Throwing fat.
First floor.
There is a new kill leader. Attention. Delivering your package.
They're on the first floor underneath you. No need to climb up here. You know where they're at.
Yeah.
Might be right here as well. Nope, they're beneath you. They ran away. General awareness, like you said, that was your biggest issue.
Yeah, like there, I thought they were above me, like
Yeah.
a retard.
Oh, well, you're fine.
Half of the squads are gone.
Right on you. Nope.
I'm under fire. Tear through.
Should probably watch that portal. Good.
Shield cracked.
Heal up right here.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
He took port as well.
I leveled up. I should select an
Fight it.
upgrade now. I've elevated my skills. Using the Phoenix kit. Cover me.
Attention.
Stay up here while you heal. That's another team.
Oh,
Potentially. Go back down from the backside.
These bonds aren't easily broken.
Go enter this door. Go through. Take this 1v.
Taking fire. Recharging shields.
getting shot from the left
Like a
too.
rat in a trap. Grenade.
You guys reposition yourself up the staircase right here.
Delivering thermite. Taking fire. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
You got third party. Back up. You're good. Play your game.
I'm still thinking.
Recharging shields.
Good. Take height from here.
Caught like a rat in a trap.
Work your way down. Sounds like a solo only, so careful though. He's gonna be below you.
Yeah.
Taking fire. Like a rat in a trap. I shattered an enemy's shield. Recharging shields.
Of course I get beam, bruh.
You're good. You did even trade right there, so he can't push you.
Come on, heal, heal, heal.
Okay, this is where you push him.
Let's put you in a bind. Bind them. Come on, heal, heal, heal. I'm under fire. Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Good at its zone either way. Even if I kill him.
So it's like everything begins to fall apart when people add some pressure to you,
Yeah.
and you kind of forget the basics of everything.
I have one more, right?
Yeah, you're good. We'll talk. We can queue up. Again, when it boils down to primarily mechanical issues, there's not much that I can say. Obviously, you know you missed a lot of shots there. One tip that I can give you with a gun like the L-Star, you were fighting at awkward ranges, so I wouldn't recommend hip firing. You know, he was close, but not close enough to where that hip fire is going to be accurate, especially considering your L-Star is pretty naked. You ADSing right there would have granted you better accuracy and a better chance to win that fight. But I can tell that once he put a lot of pressure on you, it kind of, you got flustered a little bit, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. And you have all the information available. You know, he's a 1v, it's just a 1v1. You know, he was the only one that kept pushing you. So you assume that. You had visual on him the entire time, but there were many times where you're looking right at him, but you started looking elsewhere. You want to keep the enemy centered in the middle of your screen, right on your crosshair, as often as you can. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So even if he's on the other side of the door or other side of the wall, your crosshair is still placed over him as best as possible, even if you can't see him. So that when you begin to challenge him, you don't have to readjust your aim at all. Your crosshair is already on him. That's the whole idea of centering. It's a real term that people use, and I'm explaining it in layman's, but we'll wait. Midsummer is pretty spooky, bro. But keeping your crosshair centered on that person at all times. You know, when you push that door, you were looking a bit to the left. So then when you challenge that Ash, she was initially on your right, so you dragged your crosshair over there, but then she swung your left, so now you had to continue dragging your crosshair even further. But if you just kept that your camera locked into him the entire time, as you open that door, all you have to do is point and shoot instead of having to readjust your aim. That can be pretty complex, though. That's an aiming tip, but you know, that just takes good control over your thumbs to be able to always have your crosshair on placed on that enemy at all times. Sometimes you'll see people that will have their crosshair placed a little bit too high or too low. So when they run into an enemy, they have to make that adjustment back towards the center to shoot that guy right in front of them, and that takes time.
Yeah.
And so to eliminate that time wasted, keep that crosshair centered on him at all times, if you can. That's going to take practice, though. But just be mindful of that, okay?
Yeah.
Again?
What up, Japan?
Again.
Oh, shit. I'll go die. Yeah, Dash.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing shit because I'm nervous. I usually play better than this.
It's okay. It's something to work through as well.
Going to train.
Attention. First blood.
I now have an enhanced.
Enemy shield. Stop snare. Another squad's attacking. Focus. Look out, grenade. I'm getting hit over here. I'm down.
I'm dying. Just give me a second.
Yeah, take your time.
A lot of people landed here.
Nearby,
I'll tell you that. Alright, bet.
Yeah. I think it's only one team though.
But basically, I think we're fully queued today. Dash Lightyear, you said that he made a good dash play there when he swung the dash, but I'm almost certain that was accidental.
These bonds are easily broken.
Hold this head glitch here.
Lifeline Bloodhound.
That's another team.
Under fire.
Okay, guess I was mistaken.
Harvesters are online.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
You know, you had good positioning right there on the head glitch right there. You didn't have to move. It's fine that you did, but you could have stayed put.
Kill leader appointed.
But now that you know there's two teams and you're pinched, so you want to work out of this pinch. You're running towards the first team right now.
Yep.
What up, Seb? What up, Pop?
In progress.
I'm inside the next ring.
Get a little closer. You have another head glitch to play in front of you. Get a little closer.
Not so fast. Top caution. Faster.
Taking a little one light ammo. So it's gonna
You have
be
plenty. You have plenty. They just knocked one. Probably want to start pushing up now.
Frag out.
Good nade. Don't run in there. Play the door.
Frag out. Taking fire. These ties bind. Shields are depleted. Recharging. Enemy's shield. Thermite out.
Focus on. Yep. It's a solo Wraith you want to focus on. Good. You're in a 1v1 right now. You know where she's at.
Half of the squads have proven inadequate.
No.
It's a good chaser.
It's trying to.
Beautiful.
I leveled up. I should select an upgrade now.
Good plays, good aggression, good shots.
The entire squad. They were hardly worth the effort. I have sharpened my skills.
Now I want you to, with practice and time, be able to make those decisions to push your own self without the assistance of myself, of course.
Yeah.
But you listen well and you capitalize off of it and you ended up winning. It's all about timing.
You always say that can't tell you to do everything. You gotta learn yourself. Yeah.
That's a huge part of learning. You gotta figure it out on your own.
See, like there, the dash that was unintentional.
Yeah. What is your dash button on?
It's X, but it's the right stick, like the directional thing that fucks me up. Like.
How are you accidentally pressing X? Do you have paddles?
No.
So how are you
I
accidentally
think
pressing
it's
X?
just I'm not like registering where I'm looking. Maybe I'm like spamming it.
Well, here's why. Because in order to use your tactical on X, you're picking your thumb off the right thumbstick, aren't you?
Yep.
To press X to use your tactical, and that's why
Yeah.
it's difficult for you to aim. Because you're not able to use your camera. And that's why I recommend playing claw or using paddles.
Yeah, there was a bind I was trying out, but it's just like it was taking me way too long to get used to it, so I gave up.
Yeah, it might be beneficial for you to explore that and give it more time. Like, my tactical is X as well, because I play Evolve, but I play Claw.
Okay.
Team to your right in front of you. Yep, somewhere over there.
Yep, that's why I went quiet. Yeah.
Basically, the reason why I'm able to tell, good high take here. Hold on. He's going to push you on the balloon as this guy climbs up here, so you want to focus this guy before he climbs up. He's jumping on you right now. You have to back up. Yep. Keep running. Slide down to the left.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
You're going to heal right here on this blue thing. And hope he doesn't push you.
Recharging shields.
Make sure you're listening.
Healing.
Get ready to fight him.
Come on, heal.
No. Cancel that heal. Oh, you got it.
Next wing is far from here. I should plan.
Playing on the backside of that bin is fine, but there's no need to heal that extra 10 HP right there. He's giving you a free 1v1 and his team is not close enough. So that's something where you, fuck healing, fuck looting, fuck anything else. You have an opportunity, a window to fight that guy right there. And if you, I agree, you going on the backside of that blue bin is perfect because you're able to swing out and go back to cover from there. But instead you decided to go back in and heal, and he tethered you. And even then you still almost killed him, but it would have been better to play that backside. Don't worry about healing.
Oh, is this the last one, by the way?
Yeah, we'll play one more.
No.
Play one more.
Okay.
You had it there, but again, you panicked once again.
Did all the damage.
Yeah.
Like just like you said, he landed on me right there.
You feel the pressure, and then you kind of lose your composure. But you did everything right. You escaped well. You healed immediately. You heard him push you. You instinctively went to the backside, but then everything after that, you kind of fell apart once you started to... nice. But yeah, let me explain something else to the chat real quick. But you had the initial correct play. But just trust yourself. No need to heal that extra 10 HP. It's not going to buy you much health or do anything really that can help you win that fight.
I can tell they were playing together, just how like they're coordinating their pushes too.
They were playing together, but that Ash took his portal. And she was the only one that took your portal. And so the Lifeline had to walk her little silly ass all the way over. So you have plenty of time to take that one. You can know when people are killing each other in kill feed, because if you're close enough to a fight and you hear the sound of a flatline, every gun has their own distinct noise that it makes. So if I'm next to this fight, these two teams are fighting it, I hear a flatline and an R9, and at the same time I hear the flatline and R9 fighting each other, I see an R9 in the kill feed. That's all the only information I need to know, that team is the one in front of me, knocking each other. You can know that with 99% certainty. The odds that you're fighting a team, or you're seeing a team fight each other and you're hearing an R9, the odds of you seeing an R9 in the kill feed and that R9 is 200 meters away at the same exact time that R9 empties out, and you no longer hear the R9 being shot in front of you anymore, the odds of that are slim. So with 99% certainty, you hear R9 being shot in front of you because you're close enough, that's why you're able to hear it. And then the kill feed at the same time, by the time that mag empties out or something, you see the R9 being shown in the kill feed. That's how you know that that person got a knock. And then you see their name. Their name is Jim Bob Joe. Jim Bob Joe gets a knock with the R9, and you know that because you see it in the kill feed and you hear it in front of you. and then right after, Jim Bob Joe gets knocked subsequently. That's how you know it's a 1v1. Jim Bob knocks somebody, he got knocked in return, and even trade, it's a 1v1 in front of you. And it's the same for trios, it's the same for ranked. That's how you know, okay, they've traded each other, now it's a 2v2. Now I need to push.
No choice. I've been downed.
And that helps you with your timing for third parties better.
So it's the path we played last game. Let's see how this goes.
I'm ready. No worries. See those grabs. What up, Stewie?
Just a minute until the ring closes. At least I don't have to wait for anyone.
You're welcome, basic. That also is a component of awareness. And that helps you become more aware of your surroundings.
Ring's not that far.
And it lets you know directly, okay, if I'm watching this team and one of them is only knocked and we're in ranked and pred lobbies and one of them is knocked, so it's a 2v3, I want to start picking up the pace a little bit. But with alter and everything, that doesn't automatically mean we know we fully send. And you can full sprint at them cautiously. But then you see another person get knocked. And now it's a 2v2. Okay, now that's when you really want to start sprinting, because now you have the numbers advantage no matter what. It's a 3v2v2. You keep paying attention, and they keep knocking each other. Now it's a 1v1. Now that's 100%. Like, we were pushing this no matter what. All three of us are in that building right now. And so by paying attention to the kill feed in that regard, you're able to understand the tempo or pace that's required of you when pushing that third party. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Basically, it might be hard for you because it's something that you haven't done, and if you've never done it, it might be difficult at first, but it's very easy once you get used to it. And it requires you to be familiar with the sounds of every gun. So test yourself out if you want.
Half the squads are gone.
Bolt sounds different from a sniper. Sniper sounds different from R9. Snipers sound different than one another. Same with everything. You see them there. They're pushing towards that other team right now, so you can flank them. You can go that same way.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Horizon Sparrow.
So that might be completely another team. Don't expose yourself this way. You know there's a guy to the right. It could be a new team, so you want to stay on the left. Gives you a better escape route. But now this team is going to push you really hard. Very hard now.
Bad grapple.
Yeah. Hard legend to use. Stay right here. And hopefully they run into each other. You're dead either way.
Yeah.
You ran them into each other. You have to anticipate that he jumps down, but the other teammate just got shit on too.
Yep.
You see how weak he is. We heard that with the longbow shots.
Damn, GG's.
GG's, bro. A lot to work on.
Yeah.
A lot to work on. So again, as you sit here and watch other people, if you do, I want you to continue taking mental notes and learning from my coaching of other people as well.
Yeah, that was not my best gameplay, but yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, it happens. Yeah.
A lot to work on. If you have any other specific questions, feel free to type it in the chat, okay?
Yeah, no worries. You have a good one.
You too. Nice meeting you. Shotgun Todd is next. Alright, we'll do a few more of these, honestly. I don't think we can finish the rest of them. I'm getting tired. What the hell, no. He just invited me. What's up, Savanster? Kyle. Basically, I do work on YouTube says. I don't know if you guys noticed, but isn't it weird how all the players that are playing with Scrap can't notice people around them, but Scrap sees them, hear the enemy 5 to 10 seconds earlier? You got something to say, man. Say it with your chest, alright? I don't fuck with all those insinuations. What's up, bro? I play on a 2K resolution 144 hertz monitor, average. I use headphones that I believe are the best headphones that I've ever used in my life, Steel Series. What's up, Todd? Yeah, I can hear you now. You're good. You're a bit quiet. You're good.
Alright, so did you ask me what my weaknesses were? Sorry.
Well, wait.
I'm sorry.
What's up, bro? No, I didn't. But if you've reflected already, let me know.
Oh yeah, it's definitely my peaking.
Uh huh.
You know, I tend to get a little too aggressive and or under aggressive. Like
Mike's a little quiet
swing
here.
both ways. Oh, sorry.
It's better now.
Hold on. Oh, it's better now. Okay, I moved it.
Yeah.
No, I tend to swing both directions where I either get way too aggressive or I'm not aggressive enough. It's a weird thing for me.
So the best way I could simplify that and reduce it would be, again, so complex, something like that, so it's difficult to answer, but if I could reduce it to its simplest form, knowing when to push somebody if you're actively engaged in a fight would be if they're isolated, so you're in a free 1v1, you might lose that. They might be better than you, but that's something you have to take every time. So if you recognize they're split from their team and you're close enough to challenge them in a 1v, you take that 100% of the time. You might not win them all, but that's a play that you have to make. Another obvious situation that tells you when it's appropriate to push somebody is if you have the health advantage. And so if you're engaged in a fight, and again, it's a fair 1v, or maybe their teammates a little further away. Let's say you guys both have 200 health, but you shot him for 40 damage. You didn't crack him. You haven't got him really weak. But that 40 damage, at least for me, is enough to tell me, okay, I have the advantage here. I have 60 or 40 extra HP than him. That's something I want to push now too. And the level of aggression that coincides with that push depends on how weak they are. So the more damage you do, tells you, okay, now I definitely need to push. Especially if you leave them one tap. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
And then when you don't want to understand when not to push would be the opposite of everything I just told you. Maybe they're dealing damage on you, and now they have the health advantage. Maybe they're not isolated, and another teammate has an angle covering them. And so swinging that would mean that you're now being shot by both of them. That would tell you this isn't a situation that I should be pushing. I got to do some damage before I push.
Been down.
What up, gaming? What up, Mighty? No, basically, he's always thought I cheat, bro. If you thought I cheat, bro, why would you watch me? The type of player I am in game is the type of human I am in real life. And when you have strong observational skills in real life, when it comes to video game, tends to make it a little easier for you. So you have a couple teams in front of you here.
I'm close to the ring.
You're good. You don't have to back up. His teammate's far. I would have held that angle still and tried to take a peek at him. Looks like he ran up the right staircase, though. There you go. Open up a new angle. Good. Okay, stay here. You have a team to your top right, and his teammate to your top left. Here, I want to try to focus his thirst just to get him out of here while I can. Never die for it, though. Okay, good. Careful, you have a 2-stack on your right side right now. This is probably a position where you want to back up a little bit. Sooner rather than later.
Recharging my shields, cover me. Opponent down, on track. Setting a tracker. Un momento, per favore. I'm recharging my shields. I leveled up.
Good shots.
Which upgrade do I want? Well,
You want MK or controller?
to fight to the death. Setting a tracker. Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Okay, with here, I want to swing right and try to take height here and play the head glitch and get a better angle. They're both pretty weak, but we know that they have a lifeline, so they're probably healed up pretty quickly here. Sounds like they actually ash ported. Good shot. Okay, you want to assume that his teammate's somewhere over here.
Oh no, I saw her in the room back there.
Good.
Dropping a tracker.
You can see how passive they're playing, right? How scared they are. You want to continue that pressure and aggression on them.
Recharging my shields.
But don't be overzealous. This is a 1v you take. So he's running towards his teammate right now.
Target scanned and tracked. Recharging my shields. Cover me. They're shooting at me. Nice. Only half the squads are left. Opponent found and tracked. Being shot at. Opponent's here. Guns up. Dead end.
Not the best weapons to have, of course, in that situation.
Yeah.
But instinctively, you know, you had the right idea. You did a lot more damage than they ever did to you. You recognize that you're in a 1v, so you push that Ash. But once I let you know that she's going to be running back towards her teammate, and you know that because that's where the lifeline was the last you saw her, that's when you kind of have to hold an angle as opposed to continuing running through. You continue to run through and the lifeline was still on you, or right there at that same exact moment that you met up with the Ash. I like to see you run different weapons, fully automatic weapon. I think you were able to do much more damage there. I know you didn't have much loot at all.
Yeah.
You had to work with what you had, but
Yeah.
I don't think.
I definitely would have been a lot more comfortable with having a sniper there, or definitely having not.
Yeah. So you're good.
Like. Much happier.
I think with a better weapon, it's just shitty loot. I think with better weapons, you easily win that, and we wouldn't be talking about anything right now.
Normally, I don't hit my sniper shots like that.
Yeah, you were cooking them.
Would you believe I was been gone for 2 weeks? It's my first game.
No, but we'll see this game. We'll see. Locke, you are. Let's see who we have. I don't know how many people we're gonna get to. Like I said, I'm pretty tired already.
4 hours now?
5 now.
Damn.
Crip, Scorpion, Gaming, Tech, Locke, Marco. Maybe do one more after. And maybe I'll save the list for everybody else on Monday. What up, Nick? Nick, you gonna text me back, bro? You leave me hanging, bro? I need to know, Nick, if we're doing our thing tomorrow or not. I think I'm not gonna say it's dependent on you. I'll probably do it regardless.
Champion, no?
I don't play 2K. I play 1080p. PC 1440.
This is your champion.
Let us see how impressive you truly
What up, everything we follow? Shit, honestly, this could be the last one. I'm tired.
Clessidra Rossa, dropping into the ring.
Alright, let me jump off the map. Basic, yes. I'll promise you that.
Let's go!
Not game, you have several ahead of you. I'll get to you guys Monday. Bib, listen to what I say to Shotgun right now, and you'll get some tips. Much better that way. Do I like Kanye? The late landing on you.
Don't drop near me. This is gonna be good.
Good high take.
Setting a tracker. Bullseye. Enemy track.
Stay queued up. You already know what you did bad there. G7 hip fire is hard.
Yeah, I didn't even mean to pick that up. I tried to pick up the R3, but I panicked.
It's all good.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Yeah, I got tired. This will be the last one. And the rest of you guys I'll do Monday. And whoever else comes. I just got hit with a tire. I think it's a carb crash from the Chick-fil-A, bro. I'm tired now. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired, man. Alright, Gaming. Like I said, on Monday we'll get you. What up, Stewie? I liked old Kanye up until like 2017. I was never like the biggest Kanye fan like I am with Drake or something. But obviously I know a lot of Kanye songs. Grew up listening to him. He ain't put out a good album since post 2017. Or 2016. I didn't care for Yeezus. Whenever that came out. Lemon pepper and hot. Kind of far from your mic, it sounds like again.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, a lot better.
All that matters is being the last one alive.
You think I'm scared of you? Have you met my parents? You don't scare me.
Alright, we'll give it a couple more. Could be the last one tonight.
This is your champion.
Hey, that's me.
It's time. I'm the jump master.
I'm the jump master. Won't regret it. Probably.
Lemon pepper shepherd's, yeah. I only get lemon pepper wings every time I get wings. I appreciate creativity and production, but I also care about the sound, the lyrical content. And after the Life of Pablo, honestly, I wasn't the biggest fan of Life of Pablo, but I'll recognize that was a good album, I guess. Not better than his other ones.
Got an enhanced weapon. Ready to use it.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Already in the next ring. Good. My sneakers to do the break.
I don't know, Kanye's production, newer production especially, I don't care for it. I understand it's supposed to be like revolutionary and groundbreaking. I just doesn't do anything to me. It's the same with Playboi Carti. All these young kids love Playboi Carti. And the production of his music is supposed to be insane. I hate his music. It sounds like garbage.
Un momento, per favore.
You got a solo pushing towards you.
Maybe I should go say hello.
He's running away now.
Ring closes in 10. Nessun problema. It's right there.
closing.
Yeah, it's half looted.
Has been eliminated.
There again.
Attention. There is a new kill leader. Attention. Delivering care package.
Should be somewhere to your left. You see him. You hear him too.
Oh, only half the squads are left. Peccato per loro.
Underneath. Both underneath. Get an angle on this guy. You see him. Wait for him to come closer. Push him. No, nope. Oh, okay. Take the ash now. Push through. You get.
Level down.
Mm,
Customize.
good.
I'm recharging my shields.
He's lost.
Time to let this stinger do the hunting.
Good.
Took out the whole squad.
I think you kind of willy-nilly threw down your ult right there. But it worked. Looked like you kind of panicked, then you jumped up and got stuck by that platform that you were underneath.
Now that is how you
Oh, that was purposeful by me.
I mean, you won it. I can't say much. So I think the big thing I can say is you commit the child at the altar that you cracked, but then you took your attention away from the ash that was flushing you out from behind. That's okay, but because the other guy saw his angle on you, that's something you want to push hard. You ended up using that cover of that box to your right, so that cut off the LOS. So that was really good that you positioned yourself there while you child, and then ran through after you got the kill, knowing that the altar would come from behind you. So that was really good too. I think you would have been able. You definitely would have been able to get a thirst off right there, armor swap, and then take that fight. But either way, it works. You played it safer.
I felt more comfortable just getting height because I knew the altar could have gotten height on me as well. But I think the altar was going to be more concerned for her teammate than trying to.
Yeah, she was lost in the sauce. I don't mind you playing it safe. There's always different ways, more aggressive ways, but you played it safe and you won. And you did what was most comfortable for you. So that's important. That you had a plan of action to take high ground immediately. Utilizing your character appropriately.
Opponent's positions are marked on my map. That's a poco.
It could also, yeah. You play safe there. You ult, maybe, as Grudge just said, I'll let you do your thing. No long range here is kind of hurting.
Tracker out. A tra poco. Opponent right here. Dropping a tracker.
Now with the Ash here, if they do any damage on you, you have to assume that they'll port on you.
Bullseye. Enemy tracked. Opponent right here.
Assume that they might do that regardless. Why did we decide to opt out of that fight?
Replicator. Dropping in.
Let me close my door. How you doing, Gretch? What up, Dom? What up, Dubai? What up, Crips? This will be the last, probably last game because it'll end up being a good one.
Opponents here, guns up.
So you know there's a team in front of you. That's probably the same team that sat there. And we know that another team might be pushing up from Lava Siphon side.
1 minute, near ring. I'm doing great.
Thank you, Basic. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Tracker in place. Opponent found and tracked. Attenzione, enemy here. 45 seconds before ring close. I'm so close I could crawl. Huh, 30 seconds until the ring moves. Ah, I'm close.
That's one knock. I pushed forward. They slid down.
Sending out the tracker dart.
I'm at max level. Now we know who's the baddest.
Damn.
Area here.
Damn. I like it, Stewie. It's better. Nah, I haven't tried TikTok. Alright, so we'll end it on that, bro. Because I'm tired. Yeah, I need to get get some rest. And that push though, that was you want to push up a bit earlier. You know, even stalling that time to get that mag wasted a second. And you know, you really want to, once you recognize that they got that one knock and they're distracted, that's when you really want to close that gap to give you the best chance to shoot one of them while they're distracted. But by then, again, they're already pre-positioned on you. You push, the timing was improper right there. And that was one of the things that you said that you struggle with, you know, knowing when to push. You hear them fighting, hear them getting knocks. Again, generally speaking, right there is when you really want to aggress. That's your best chance of winning. By the time you push, it was a good ult, but they're already full health. They're already looking at you, and you had no cover, and you got beamed immediately. So I want you to practice your timing. Don't be afraid to push. Even if you die, it's a pub, you know. But practice that timing. The range, yeah, especially. I mean, your weapon setup without any long range hurts as well too, which is why, as Grudges mentioned, which is why you had to push whether you wanted to or not, because you had no long range. So again, loot whatever you want, use whatever you're comfortable with, but that's why I always emphasize long range, close range. Cool. All right, Todd. I'll see you around. Keep learning. All right. Keep grinding. You too. All right, chat. I'm getting off, bro. I'm carb crashing from the Chick-fil-A, bro. I'm tired. GG's to Todd. GG's to everybody else. We had Julito have by far the best performance. 7 kills, 2,000 damage, and dub. That's the record right now. And what he did that was so different from everybody else is that he had good awareness of his surroundings and maintained positioning on high ground every time. Every fight that he approached, even if that fight was pushed onto him, he knew to take height and play accordingly. And Julito did that very well. So use Julito or my first game that I had as an example of what to do. If you find yourself lacking in that department, then obviously you know where to improve on. And we'll resume this Monday. I think I'm IRL streaming tomorrow. I gotta talk to my friend, so we'll figure it out. But GG's, I'm going, bro. I don't know why I'm so tired, bro. I don't eat fast food like that, bro. Marcus, next week. Macro, we'll get you soon. GG's. Good night, Ethan. Good night, Dash. Demonio. Love you guys. Good night. Peace out. Adios. See you tomorrow. If I'm live streaming, I'm gonna get drunk with some friends and we're going to the fair. If you want to see me, I won't be live on YouTube, so you have to be on Twitch. It's my second annual fairground stream. We did one last year. I got completely torched. I don't plan on getting that torch again. That was bad. But we'll get lit. I think we're gonna record the pregame as well. That's if everything goes well.